Good afternoon and welcome to New Road in Worcester, where we are about to begin day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. A delayed start, no play in the morning session, drizzle, light rain, heavy cloud, the problem, but once it stopped properly and the skies brightened and the covers came off, fairly clear that play would resume reasonably promptly, and we're going to get underway shortly after 1:10 p.m. 80 overs left in the day, we understand. Tea will be taken at 3:40, and hopefully we're not going to lose 6:30,
but I think it's going to be nearer 7
if
we get all those 80 overs.
Yeah. So it's likely that we're actually not going to have lost that much out of the game, really, which is good news because it moved on apace yesterday, with Leicestershire bowled out for 148 and Worcestershire replying with 159 for 2, which is the situation as play gets underway here. I am Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me, the voice you just heard, is Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, and we'll be bringing you every ball of this day's play here at New Road on the BBC Sports app, and we'll also be updating FM listeners on our 2 relative radio stations. So, Richard alongside me, like to do the first over, Richard?
By all means. Vian Mulder, the only Leicestershire bowler to take any wickets yesterday, is going to take up the attack for the Foxes from the Diglis end. They are awaiting the ball from umpire Warren. It is now. He does now have it in his hand, and he's going to be bowling to Jack Haynes. Haynes on 42. Looks around him, sees just the one slip. Rishi Patel standing quite wide around about second slip. Colin Ackerman, normally at second slip, is in the gully. So they've had to think about this. They've also got a shortish mid-wicket. Mulder then, the South Africa international all-rounder, is in and bowls to Haynes, who is solidly forward to a straight line and length delivery, playing it firmly out to the Leicestershire skipper Callum Parkinson at mid-off, and we are underway. Foxes with it all to do to try and drag themselves back into this game. Worcestershire dominant yesterday, already leading by 11 runs, 8 wickets in hand. Every prospect, really from their point of view, they'll be hoping to bat only once, and no reason at all why they shouldn't. In goes Mulder and bowls. Haynes again leans calmly forward, tall young man, forward defensive out into the offside, slightly, therefore very slightly wider delivery because he pushed out into the covers instead of to mid-off. Lewis Hill out there. Rahan Ahmed on first-class debut at backward point. Parkinson, as I've mentioned, is at mid-off. Chris Wright is at mid-on. Ben Mike, hands in pockets. It is still slightly brisk in the breeze, such as it is out there, but it has moved the clouds along. It's sprung up and it's not that warm, but it has moved the clouds. Mulder is in, outside off stump, cut away for 4. Played a couple of those yesterday, Jack Haynes, and he times those cuts through the offside absolutely exquisitely. There's no great punch to the shot, it's just pure timing, and it fairly races away. It's a lovely thing to see from an aesthetic point of view. There's something incredibly pleasing about it. Not if you're the bowler, I wouldn't think, but that really is a lovely shot that Haynes has. Signature shot, do you think, Frank, by and large?
Well, yeah,
plays it
maybe he
so
wouldn't have said
sweetly.
so until yesterday, but that was just beautiful, wasn't it?
Plays it so sweetly. In goes Mulder and bowls. He's leaning forward to that one again. He didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Hit quite high up in the bat, angled bat. Runs out to Ahmed, who makes the stop. 163 for 2. Then Haynes on to 46. Sounds of... where's that coming from? My computer. Switch it off again. There you go. Apologies, folks. Wondered where that was coming on. So that's a morning doing nothing. That's coming from the stream, actually. In goes Mulder and bowls outside of stump, cut away, but this time Ahmed gets a right hand to it. He's slowed it down, but it's still going to trickle across the ropes. He did very well to get a right hand to it, and that is Jack Haynes's half century. What a lovely way to go to it. 2 boundaries off the first 2 overs, 103 balls and 8 fours.
Yeah, both identical shots really. As you say, Ahmed got a hand on that one, but not that wide, to be fair. Just wide enough for him to play that shot that you call a signature shot, and fielder's gone back really, which is setting a field for bad bowling in a way.
Yep. Mulder is in outside off stumper, very deliberate leave, big stride forward, lifts the bat over the line of the ball, then steps back, puts his bat back into his crease. A nice way to start for Haynes and for Worcestershire. They've extended the lead to 19.
Yeah, a couple of cracking shots from Jack Haynes in that over, and as Richard said, he played 2 similar shots yesterday at the other end when he was batting at the Diglis end, and timed it to absolute perfection. These two have put together a partnership here which is currently worth 114, and it's their 3rd consecutive partnership of over 100 in successive innings. So excellent experience for young Jack Haynes to bat with Azhar Ali at the other end, and the two clearly enjoying each other's company. Chris Wright will bowl from the New Road end, and he'll be bowling to Azhar Ali with a very similar field to that which Mulder had a moment ago. He comes in now and bowls to Azhar, who is away straight away with a square drive off the front foot. Not going to go all the way. It's a long boundary out there, and it's pulled back just inside the rope. Bit of team fielding by Ed Barnes and Azad. You're doing it together. Barnes sliding, flicking the ball back, and Azad, who's accompanied him to the rope, returning. But they get 3. Good start for Azhar Ali this morning. Then he goes on to 63, and the total to 170 for 2. So a lively start by this pair to this afternoon session, the first of the day after we had a pretty frustrating morning really. Not much going on, not a great deal of rain, but enough to keep the players off the field. Here's Chris Wright into bowls Haynes for the first time today, and Haynes drives him on the onside and picks up a single as Parkinson, the captain, moves to his right at mid-on and tumbles over doing the fielding. So Haynes moves on to 51. His 50, as we said in the last over, just to repeat those figures, coming off 103 balls with 8 fours. 171 for 2, and Wright in again to Azhar Ali. Bowls, and Ali is on the back foot, just steering this one down into the gully, and there's no addition. So we've got these this slightly peculiar arrangement of slip fielders, with Patel at kind of second slip, big gap between Swindles and him, and then Ackerman in the gully, or call it 5th slip perhaps, just a little bit further behind square than a conventional gully, and then 3 saving 1 on the offside. Wright is in, bowls, and Azhar clips this one away through mid-wicket again. Good diving stop by Parkinson, because although it wasn't going that hard, if that had beaten him it would have probably reached the boundary, so he saved 3 really with that stop, and Azhar gets just a single to take him to 64. Chris Wright, persevering paceman. Yesterday 10 overs, in his 11th now he's conceded 41, a little bit more expensive than usual. Comes in and bowls to Haynes, who goes back to cut this but doesn't really time it, and just hits it straight to Barnes at extra cover. Cloudy day, bit of blue sky visible just over towards the southwest. It's been overcast most of the day, and as I say, the morning was spent in frustration really for quite a few spectators who were here, and for ourselves here in the press box, as it didn't really rain very much, just the lightest of drizzle really, but kept the players from the field. Chris Wright in again from the New Road end, bowls, and Haynes is looking to work this one away off his pads, but gets too far inside it, misses it, taken by Swindles, end of the over. Chris Wright, 11 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 41, it's 172 for 2.
I used the break this morning, or the enforced break this morning, to catch up with some of the chapters in your and Darrell Mitchell's book, and he says that on his final day at New Road, as he left the dressing room for the final time, after all the sort of, the thoughts and sadness and things like that, he still couldn't resist playing a little prank on Jack Haynes by removing all the grips from his bats.
Yeah.
Once a dressing room prankster, always. In goes Mulder and bowls. Ali is forward, just calmly angling the bat, pushing the ball past Ackerman towards Rehan Ahmed, who's out there at sweeping really on the backward point boundary. As Frank said, he's kind of there for the bad ball, but Haynes plays the shot so nicely, and so does Ali, in fairness, that I suppose you can just about understand why he's there.
Yeah, just going back to that, what you said about Darrell Mitchell and Jack Haynes, it's an oddity really that the retiring player and the new youngster became so close.
In goes Mulder, and again on the back foot this time he's dropping it out into the offside in front of point, with Ahmed back on the boundary. Hill has to come across to his left from cover towards point. By the time he does so, the single is taken. Haynes onto 52, as are 65. They came together when Ed Pollock holed out off Mulder to Ed Barnes at deep square leg for 32, 53 for 2 at that stage, Worcestershire. But now looking altogether more healthy, as Mulder is in and bowls left by Azar. Rather stylish leave as well, having lifted the bat over the line of the ball. He sort of goes into slow motion slightly, very graceful, steps away. He's got a bright orange grip. Haynes has got a sort of dark bluish one. Haynes's bat, obviously it isn't a Duncan Fernley, but it looks not dissimilar from a distance in terms of the actual symbol of the manufacturer.
Made in Nottingham.
Okay.
Yeah. Say no more.
That gives it away, rather. In goes Mulder and bowls outside off stump, and Ali just steps forward, lets it go through, then just lets his bat run through the line of the ball, still just reaccustoming himself to conditions out there, which are pretty good now. It's bright, the sun is out, plenty of cloud around, but there's plenty of blue sky as well. The worst of the weather seems to have been blown through towards Birmingham and towards Leicester, actually, so if you're listening in Leicester, be careful, showers might be heading your way. I know you had a dry morning, but having looked at the radar for the showers, we are set fairly fair now. Mulder is in, and he has to cover up, as that one may just have come back in towards him a little bit, pushes it back down the pitch to the South African. I spoke to him last night at the end of play. His eyes looked a little bit haunted, it has to be said. He looked, he spoke fairly well and honestly, about his own struggles to come to terms with county cricket, but the struggles of the side as a whole. And his assurance that they were doing their best to get back into it. He goes in and bowls short, pulled calmly away by Ali down towards deep backward square. Barnes gets to the ball fairly quickly and gets his throwaway, keeps it 2-1. End of the over, 175 now for 2. Haynes has moved on to 52, Ali 66, basically continuing in pretty much the same vein they left off yesterday. They did, just towards the end, not go into their shells, but played for the close a little bit, understandably enough. But having restarted, they have picked up very fluently indeed. They've moved the score on to 175 already.
Yeah, they have, exactly as you say, carried on as they did yesterday, haven't they? Which was basically sensible, proper batting.
Yeah.
Putting the bad ball away, but not doing anything too extravagant. Chris Wright into Azhar Ali. Fourth over of the day, bowls, and this one's a good ball, line and length. on the stumps, and Azar just treats it with great respect and pushes it back up the pitch, slightly on the onside, and it's fielded by Callum Parkinson, moving across from mid-on to his left, and there's no run. Bit of blue sky, it's a lot brighter. I would say Richard's assessment is right. It looks reasonably set, dare we say, for an hour or two at least, and the forecast I think suggests that we've seen the worst of the weather today. So hopefully there'll be no further interruptions. Chris Wright is in, bangs one into Azar Ali, who swivels round and plays a very nice looking hook shot, rolling the wrists over the top of the ball, keeping it down, and picks up a single as it goes out to deep mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Lewis Hill, who was fielding in front of the ladies' pavilion, just comes round to his left. Azar goes to 67.
What Mulder did say is they did think the pitch had flattened a little bit under the sun once it came out, and he said it had been so important to get through the first session,
that's
which they weren't able to do.
Exactly what the message I got from the Worcestershire dressing room as well. As Wright bowls to Haynes, steers this one down into the gully, fielded by Ackerman. They said that they felt that it did less in the last hour or two than it had earlier in the day.
So it was a sort of bit of a gamble on Parkinson's part, wasn't it, to get through?
Get through that first hour.
He's getting a bit of a lecture there. It looks like he is, doesn't he, from umpire Pollard, the captain?
Yeah.
So maybe.
Although he's all smiles, isn't he? He's all smiles.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, maybe it was.
Did look a bit of a
stern,
ticking off,
schoolmasterish.
Well, yes, I was going to say.
Chris Wright over the wicket, bowl short to Haynes, really short, and Haynes just sways out of the way. It's one of those where it was so short that as soon as he saw it, he just knew that he didn't need to have anything to do with it at all. He just leaned back and allowed it to go through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. 176 for 2. Not quite as many spectators as there were yesterday, not surprisingly. I think the number will grow as the day goes on, and
free to get in at tea again.
Free to get in after tea.
You're going to get a good 40 overs after tea, so well worth coming down.
Good day for it. Yeah, here's Chris Wright in again. Bowl short. This one is right in the slot for Haynes, and he smashes it away on the leg side for 6. Just cleared the rope by about a metre, I think. And Swindles diving to his left couldn't get there. It's not the longest boundary in the world.
Hill.
It was. Sorry, Hill. It was short, and
he wasn't far away from.
It wasn't far away, but he was onto it quickly, Haynes, and it was short, but it wasn't as short as the one before, and it was well within his reach, and he smashed it. Great shot. Goes to 58, 182 for 2. Worcestershire moving on at a bit of a pace this morning. They've already added 23. We're only in the 4th over of the day. Here's Wright in again to Haynes. What will his response be? His response is to bang another one in short, and Haynes, almost as if he knew it was coming, just sways out of the way and allows it through to Swindles. 182 for 2 at the end of the over. Haynes 58, Azar Ali 67.
You never know what's been said out there or what exchanges have gone on, but Wright did look to lose his temper a little bit in that over, and for such an experienced campaigner, a little bit surprised, and he's stomped off to mid-on like a man who's not happy with himself at the moment, and there's the old double teapot out there as well. Mulder to continue from the Diglis end is in and bowls to Ali, who's driving straight back down the wicket to Vian Mulder, who picks up in his right hand and threatens to throw the ball at the stumps. Ali holds up a hand. Said, no, don't bother, I'm back in my ground. Parkinson has wandered across to have a word with Ben Mike, having picked up the ball, or been thrown it by Mulder. Wright is just out of sorts at the moment, and he looked it a little bit yesterday when he was bowling. His figures have none for 48 off 12. He's had by his standards, quite a tough start to the season. Mulder is in. Ali is leaning forward, playing with an angle back, dropping the ball down into the gully, taken by Ackerman on the 3rd bounce. Again, Rishi Patel is standing at about 2nd slip, with Ackerman quite wide at gully. Deep square is out. Barnes and long leg with Mike at that short-ish mid-wicket, about 3 strips back on the 45. Mulder is in and bowls and covers up Azhar Ali to a good straight delivery. Didn't stride forward there, it was just perhaps short of the ideal length in that respect. Dropped it out into the offside. The white cover that is draped over a section of the D'Oliveira stand to act as a sight screen is billowing a little in parts where it rises over one of the railings. Does its job though. At least nobody has whinged about it or complained about it, as Mulder is in and bowls. Azhar is walking forward into his defensive push there. Back down the wicket on the on side, picked up by Wright. No run, of course. Parkinson wanders across to speak to his senior man, most experienced player in the side. He said he will look to talk to the likes of Wright and, of course, his predecessor, Colin Ackerman. Another interesting chapter of that Daryl Mitchell book, of course, as Mulder is in and bowls, and a good delivery and well played by Azhar. It was on off stump, might just have moved back in a little bit to him, and he adjusted at the last minute, managed to get on top of the bounce such as it was and steer it down to Ackerman. Was of course Mitchell's deposition, if you like, as captain of Worcestershire, and his unwillingness to be dishonest about the whole situation, actually, and say, okay, well, I'll resign then, if and make it all easy for you, because, you know, I'm not resigning. If you want to, if you're sacking me, you're sacking me. Oh, updates time.
Updates time. Yeah. Yes, they have started just after 10 past 1. Worcestershire resumed on 159 for 2, and the third wicket pair of Jack Haynes and Azhar Ali have pretty much carried on where they left off yesterday. They've both found the boundary on several occasions today. Haynes has raced on to 58, he's 50 coming off 103 balls with 8 fours, and he's just hit Chris Wright, the Leicestershire seamer, over mid-wicket for 6 as well. Azhar Ali has moved on to 71, and currently Worcestershire are flying along really, and they are now 186 for 2, which is a pretty healthy lead of 38 runs already. In good shape, Worcestershire, 49th over and 186 for 2. And indeed, that becomes 190 for 2 as Chris Wright drops short outside the off stump and Jack Haynes smashes that away through backward point with that trademark shot for 4 more runs. So a real problem here for Callum Parkinson, who's come out. They'll have got together, the Leicestershire boys, and had a bit of a conflab before this session and said, come on, let's keep it tight for the first few overs, and it's not happened, and Worcestershire have added 31 runs this morning in rapid time. So he's got a problem, Parkinson, standing at mid-on with his hands on his hips, and Chris Wright is moving in again to bowl to Jack Haynes. He bowls, and Haynes drives a full ball this time. It's a no ball too, so he gets a single and 2 no balls added as well. So it's all a bit messy as far as Leicestershire are concerned in this first few minutes this afternoon, play having been delayed until 10 past 1. 193 for 2 now, and the partnership for this third wicket worth 140 between Haynes and Azhar Ali. So Ali on strike now as Chris Wright comes in and bowls, and Ali drives through mid-wicket and pick up at least, well, just a single, because Lewis Hill coming round from square leg does the fielding. Initially thought that he'd hit that a little bit better than he had and he might get 2, but single it is. Azhar goes to 72, and it's 194 for 2, and the sun is out now, I'm pleased to say, at New Road, and although there's a bit of a breeze, it's probably the best weather of the day that we've had so far. Chris Wright turns again, strides in, Right arm over, bowls to Haynes, who's forward, just pushing this one out on the onside. And no run on this occasion as Moulder fields at mid-wicket. Yesterday, if you weren't with us, Leicestershire bowled out for 148 and Worcestershire losing just 2 wickets in overhauling that total. And that's still the situation, just 2 down as Wright comes in once more to bowl to Haynes, and Haynes is covering up to this one, just pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Lovely afternoon now, bit of sunshine and blue sky as well, so the best weather of the day by some considerable margin, although that's not a difficult thing because it was a pretty damp and gloomy morning. And as I was just saying, Richard, I think Callum Parkinson would be a little bit disappointed because they had that little gathering, didn't they, on the boundary just before the start, and you can imagine pretty much what they would have said. Chris Wright in, bowls again to Haynes, leaves that alone, taken by Swindles. It would have been, come on guys, we didn't cover ourselves in glory yesterday, let's keep it tight for this first hour and see if we can pick 1 or 2 up. And it's actually not happened, and they've conceded 30 odd runs in fairly quick time, and it's well,
everything they didn't want to happen has happened.
Exactly.
Essentially everything that they wouldn't have wanted to happen, or that they said to each other we mustn't do, they've done. They've given the batsmen deliveries that they can get away, and they've been put away in some style.
As Wright is in again, and he bowls to Haynes short, banged in over the head of Haynes, let through to Swindles. End of the over, so it's 194 for 2, and that lead then is what is it? It's 46, is it? Yeah, 46.
44 add 2 is 46.
Yeah, and it's climbed quite quickly, hasn't it? When you think they only just went past them last night. So
exactly that.
Really, really dominant batting this morning from this pair.
Stylish as well. They haven't thrown the bat at anything that they shouldn't have done. They just put away bad balls, and they continue to be a pretty formidable pairing, don't they? Really, the way they batted together in the last 3 matches. A new legend being forged at New Road, perhaps. In goes Moulder and bowls to Ali, who leaves a delivery outside off stump and then watches carefully as it bounces through into the gloves of Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Gentleman came to see us this morning during the enforced rain break. A Worcestershire member with details about Harry Swindles. He knew. He thought it was a fairly rare name, but Harry, who came on the cricket show on Tuesday, I'm not sure it is as rare as you might imagine. Moulder is in, bowls, turned neatly off his legs by Azhar, or off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Ben Mike there. I'll just get that those details from that gentleman. Yes, Douglas Winterbourne, a Worcestershire Life member. He was watching on the stream yesterday. I think there were 1 or 2 stream issues this morning, but it seems to be absolutely fine now, fingers crossed. Moulder is in and bowls. Azhar gets a fullish delivery, and he just strokes back, but it's straight. He doesn't put his full weight into the shot, just plays it firmly down into the ground, back to Moulder. Moulder round-shouldered. He did play a lot of rugby as a youngster. He had to make the decision around about 16, and he said he just really wasn't big enough. He didn't think to pursue rugby. Not that necessarily wanted to ahead of cricket, but he said it made the decision easier. One of those people who's good at all sports. Runs in and bowls into the legs again of Ali. This time he turns it wide of Ben Mike out towards Ed Barnes, who's down there on the deep square boundary, or deep mid-wicket boundary really. Barnes, he comes in to meet the ball. The single is taken. Azhar on to 73. Worcestershire 195 for 2. Mr. Winterbourne. He was interested in the names. Also played with and against a Desmond Haynes. Worked with a Mr. Thompson and Mr. Lilly, and went to watch the real, but they're all real, of course. In goes Mulder and bowls. Haynes defends on the front foot, but the cricketers, Thompson and Lilly, with his workmates, Messrs. Thompson and Lilly. But it was good to have a chat to Mr. Winterbourne this morning.
And it's nice to know that there are people out there listening, isn't it? That's the other thing.
Yes, that's always a help.
We did have a little chat about different names, didn't we, yesterday, and quirky names and so on.
Good afternoon to Brunty, who's watching from behind a sofa in Coventry. Says it's a bit of a horror show at the moment. Mulder is in and bowls. Haynes is forward. Line and length delivery on off stump. Awful lot of time for Jack Haynes. The pitch is looking pretty good now. Mulder takes his sweater from umpire Warren. Parkinson looks rather disdainfully at the ball. And he's going to hand it to Chris Wright. Worcestershire 195 for 2. Haynes has 63, Azar 73.
Better over, that one. Much straighter from Mulder.
Yeah.
Width has been the issue, isn't it, with him? He's bowled pretty well. Got those 2 wickets yesterday, but just occasionally he's got his line wrong and been punished.
He's the most economic of the seamers, as well as the only one who's taken any wickets. But even he has gone for 3.5 runs and over.
Chris Wright has, by his standards, and from certainly in my experience, been quite expensive.
I agree.
56 gone off him. He starts his 14th over now, and he's overusing the short ball a little bit, I think, this morning, and that one is banged in really short again, and Azza just rocks away and lets it go through to the keeper. Has nothing to do with it at all. As you said, he looks a slightly frustrated figure at the moment, Chris Wright, doesn't he?
He's absolutely
grumpy.
Out of sorts.
Yeah,
something isn't right.
Not happy. Bowled that no ball as well in the last over. Here he comes again, though. He's nothing if not persevering, as we said yesterday, and he's in now, and he bowls short again to Azza, who cuts very nicely, but straight into the hands of the fielder at backward point. That is Azad, I think. And there's no addition. No, it's not Azad, is it? Ben Mike. Azad's at mid-off, beg your pardon. Anyway, good sprawling stop. But he hit it well, and it wasn't a good delivery. But he got away with that one. 195 for 2 it remains. Going to have 80 overs altogether in the day today, so still 72 left after this, despite the late start, as Wright bowls, and Azza again throws his hands at a wide-ish short delivery and completely mistimes it, and it just dribbles out on the offside and is fielded by Ed Barnes in the covers. But it was there to hit, and if you're the batsman, I think at the moment the danger when you're facing this kind of bowling is that you're just going to get a really good one somewhere along the line in the middle of it all. You know, missed out on the one before, missed out on that one, there to hit, probably a bit of adrenaline pump, and you're thinking there's lots of scoring opportunities here, and Chris Wright runs up and bowls you a really good one. Let's see what happens. Here he comes in again. Azhar Ali waits, and Wright bowls, and it's down the leg side this time. Tumbling stop from Harry Swindles. A little bit all over the place at the moment.
Most unlike him.
Yeah. Usually a fairly metronomic sort of bowler, I always think, Chris Wright.
Yeah.
Very, very steady, accurate. Not the quickest, but lively. But just struggling with rhythm. I think that's the word, isn't it? That's what bowlers always talk about. Difficult to define. You know when you've got it, and you know when you haven't. And he's lacking it today. Here's Wright in. He bowls. That one's short and wide, and again it's cut by Azhar, but straight to Barnes in the covers. But it's another, to be honest, not very good delivery. Azhar will feel he's missed out on 3 in this over.
Haynes might have put them all away.
The way he's playing found the boundary was. Yeah, possibly just, for me, maybe just taking them a little bit early, just hitting them in front of square, and maybe that's a sign that there's not a lot of pace in the pitch. Anyway,
Leicestershire
he's got away with it a bit in this over so far. Chris Wright, last ball coming up. He's in, he bowls to Azar, and that's the best ball of the over, and Azar just gets in behind it, pushes out on the offside. So it's a maiden, but not a very good one.
No.
We could say 195 for 2.
No, the best ball of the over, and the only one that was sort of line and length just about. As you say, he's got away with it, and again has rather stomped off to his fielding position, head down, not talking to anybody. He's taken his cap from the umpire, but he hasn't taken his sweater. Parkinson might want to try and get another over or two out of him, but might also be already thinking about making a change. I think I would be. He's talking to Vian Mulder at the moment, but I'm sure that beforehand they'll have spoken, well, we're going to start with Righty and Vian and try and get some control on the scoreboard, but they haven't got it. Not by a long chalk. That was a maiden, but it was a fortunate one. Mulder in to Haynes, bowls, who drives him for 4. Bit thick outside edgy and a bit in the air for a while. It wasn't, by Haynes' standards of the afternoon, I should say, the most convincing shot he's played, but he got plenty of it and managed to steer it inside Rehan Ahmed, so to speak, and it fairly raced away down to the wide third man stroke backward point boundary for 4. Haynes, he's almost caught Azar now. He's moved on to 67.
Yeah, he's in the mood, isn't he? I think Haynes. As soon as he gets any width, he's onto it.
And Ahmed is now out on the boundary. Backward point. Mulder is in, bowls, a straighter delivery, but turned comfortably off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket by Jack Haynes. The single is taken, and that brings up the Worcestershire 200, the first batting bonus point. Not, I suspect, the last. 200 for 2. The lead then is already 52. Clouds going quite quickly now. The sun comes back out, but that's a good thing. The wind getting up, just blowing them from west towards the east as Mulder turns. Runs in and bowls outside off stump. Chopped away, cut away decisively for 4 more. Rehan Ahmed had come up for Azar Ali. Again there was width, and again absolutely authoritatively cut away by Azar, who is not going to be caught, he's decided, by Jack Haynes. He's moved on to 77, but the runs this afternoon have come at a pace where this is the 9th over, is it not, of the session, and already Worcestershire have moved on from 159 for 2 to 204 for 2. Leicestershire have lost control. Parkinson trying to slow things down a little bit. This is not what he'd have hoped for from his first game. What is he going to do? How can the new young captain change the game, change the course of the game? He's really taking all the time now. He's playing with the ball, he's polishing it, talking to Vian Mulder. Eventually he throws it to the South African, who turns, runs in and bowls. That's a better delivery in terms of length at any rate, outside off stump, and Azar stepped forward, let it bounce through 2 swindles. But it is, the body language is not particularly convincing out there from the Leicestershire fielders. They all look, some of them look slightly nonplussed. Wright has his arms folded sort of quite angrily at mid-on. I don't know what had gone on there this morning with Wright. Mike is asking for guidance in some way at mid-wicket. Mulder is in, again outside off stump, much wider this time, and it wasn't a particularly quick ball either, and it bounced for a second time before reaching Harry Swindles, who tumbled to his right behind the stumps to make the stop. Already by that time Ali had sort of walked off towards short leg. There's something doesn't feel right out there. Parkinson doing a few warm-up exercises himself. He might have to bowl in the hope of getting back some sort of control. Mulder is in and bowls and edged down into the ground, played down into the ground, and a good diving stop to his left by Ackerman in the gully on the second bounce makes the stop, but there's a slightly better delivery from Bjorn Mulder. He comes to the end of his 14th over, 2 for 53 for him, vaguely respectable figures. Wright has also bowled 14 overs, he has none for 56, 204 for 2. Worcestershire bat all day at this pace, and they're going to be leading by 250 coming to close.
Yeah, easily.
And the rest, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
70 overs to go. If they keep scoring at 4 and over.
Yeah. Parkinson and Wright having a word. He's keeping him going. And I agree with you. I can't put my finger on it, but you just feel, don't you? There's something not right. They're not a happy bunch. They're not together really. I guess that's how it seems anyway. Here's Wright from the New Road end. He bowls to Haynes, who gets in behind that and pushes out into the offside. He's developed a little quirk, I've noticed, Jack Haynes. I haven't seen it before this innings, maybe a bit in the last one, but he pushes out into the covers, and when he's turning a run down, he sort of pushes his bat forward, doesn't he, towards his partner, and says no, and there's a sort of jerk of the bat, using the bat as a kind of signal to his partner that he's not going to run. These little things creep in. And Wright is in and bowls, and this time he's forward, holds the pose as he pushes very solidly defensively out into the covers. Ben Mike does the fielding. 204 for 2 then. Worcestershire have added 45 in, what have we had? 50 minutes this morning, if that really. And
9 overs, 45 in 9 overs.
9 overs, that's too much, isn't it, really? He's right again as the clouds obscure the sun once more. He bangs one in short at Haynes. Better bouncer, to be fair to Wright, because it wasn't too short and it was well directed, and Haynes actually this time, rather than just swaying out of the way, had to properly duck underneath it. Azarali signals to the dressing room for a new pair of gloves. Maybe hands are sweating a bit more than he might have expected out there. It's a bit chilly, but not cold by any means. But it's gone a bit dark now, to be fair. Clouds have come right over again. Right in to Haynes, bowls, and Haynes lets that go outside the off stump. Extravagant forward press and lifts the bat well clear. And Harry Swindles takes it around about knee height.
One of cricket's little protocols are enacted there, as are asked Callum Parkinson for permission to have the change of gloves / drink.
Right.
Parkinson nodded at him.
Yeah. Still some good manners around. Wright is in, bowls, and Haynes is forward. Pushes out on the offside. Ben Mike does the fielding in the covers. And again, there's no addition to the score. 204 for 2. Crowd fairly subdued, despite the fact that Worcestershire have been scoring freely. There's a sense that the day has just been, I don't know, just a bit flat because of having to wait so long for it to start, really. Right ball, short, and Haynes smashes it away on the leg side for 4. Long hop, to be fair, and although Lewis Hill ran around the boundary from the ladies' pavilion and dived, he couldn't get a hand on it, and it's 4 more to Jack Haynes, who scored very, very freely this morning. He's on 72 now at the end of the over. Chris Wright's figures: 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 60. Worcestershire are 208 for 2, and that's a lead of 60.
So the first 10 overs of the day have yielded 49 runs. Worcester scored at 5 and over to start the second day's proceedings and lifted the rate for the innings as a whole to pretty much 4. And as I think I mentioned yesterday, that's really been one of Leicestershire's many problems this season. They have never had sort of control over scoring rates as well, over the scoreboard as such, or very rarely at any rate. They've always gone for sort of late 3s or over 4 runs and over, and scored themselves at something like 2.5s. So Ben Mike, not necessarily a seam bowler you would associate with control. He's a wicket taker, Ben, and he gets a lot of action on the ball, but he's being asked to do, well, they'd settle for a wicket, I'm sure, even if he does go for a few boundaries. He's coming in from the Diglis end and bowls to Ali, who gets a slightly short of a length ball, hurried a little bit, tried to work it away off his legs and just popped it up slightly. Bounced miles short, obviously, of mid-wicket. He only sort of for a couple of feet it was in the air, but he wasn't quite at ease with the way he played it. Come on, Benny boy, is the call from somebody out there. Patel is usually the most vocal. In goes Mike and bowls short, pulled by Azhar out towards Ed Barnes. Gets to him very quickly. He's a long way from the bat, some 75 yards, maybe 80 out there to the boundary in front of this scoreboard. Alongside the hotel, single taken, 209 for 2. The 50 up in terms of runs added so far today. The darker clouds are rolling away again happily, the sun beginning to come out, so the whole sky is moving more quickly now with the breeze up. Do you know, and having successfully told me about the horse chestnut tree, what are the trees behind it? In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump very wide. Haynes lets it go through that sort of row of slimmer trees, so to speak, on the other side of the cars.
I will say this with great doubt and trepidation. I think they're willows.
Well, I wasn't sure, but
I'm not 100% sure on that. I will find out.
Yeah.
I've got an app on my phone. I can take a picture of a leaf.
That would be
and
good.
It will tell me.
Oh, I'll have to get that app and take it to the Upton Steel. In goes Mike and bowls on off stump. Haynes leans forward, plays it out into the covers, but only as far as Lewis Hill, who comes bouncing into the ball. Is it a free app?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it identifies flowers and plants and insects and all sorts.
Settle for a few trees.
Very useful. Yeah, very useful.
But they're a sort of silvery green, the slimmer trees behind the horse chestnut, and they're waving away in the breeze, showing us that it is getting up a little bit. Mike is in and bowls. Haynes is getting forward, pushing it out through the vacant point area down towards Rehan Ahmed, who's down there on the point boundary. Good throw to Swindles above the stumps, and the single is taken. Haynes on 273, and at the moment you would put your mortgage on one or both indeed of these two going on to 3 figures, because neither have looked remotely troubled today. Didn't really look troubled yesterday. I can't remember at any stage them looking particularly troubled. Mike is in, bowls as our covers up. Ball that might just have come back into him a little bit. Rehearses a punch through the offside. In fact, steered it straight out to mid-off, picked up by Parkinson. That wasn't a bad over for Ben Mike. 8 overs, none for 38. For the most part, it wasn't a bad over. There were a couple of wider ones. But he started off a little better than he started yesterday. His first 3 overs yesterday, opening the bowling, went for 21 runs, didn't they?
Ed Barnes coming on at the New Road end. 6 overs, no maiden and no wicket for 28 yesterday. Another one who perhaps didn't really find his rhythm. Just marking his run up out. the paint that they use, the spray paint that they use to mark their runs out, still there from yesterday. You go out there and you see all these lines with the initials alongside them. Much better. Groundsmen are much happier than when they used to gouge a big line in the turf with their spikes. So they just take out these little cans of spray paint before the start, measure out their runs and mark them.
Doesn't seem to stop on bowling no balls, does it?
Here is Barnes from the New Road end, bowls to Haynes, who drives that beautifully, square on the offside, but only picks up a single because Azad is out there at deep backward point. Haynes goes to 74, 211 for 2. Azad is on 78. And this third wicket partnership continues to flourish. Barnes turns again. Right arm over the wicket. Past umpire Pollard. Bowls to Azar, full of length. And Azar drives on the offside, but straight to the fielder in the covers, who is Vian Mulder. And on this occasion, there's no addition. Little buzz of conversation around the ground amongst the spectators, mostly happy with what they're watching. Barnes in again, bowls, and that's one good delivery which produced the first full shot of the day really from Azhar Ali. Got away with it, just brought the bat down late and got a sort of inside edge down on the leg side, and they scamper through for a single which takes him on to 79. And total goes on to 212 for 2. And Head Barnes now bowls to Haynes, who gets a full toss, which he misses out on. He's annoyed with himself. Probably would have hoped to have punched it pretty much straight down the ground. Lowish full toss, just kind of squeezed it off a thickish inside edge out to mid-wicket, where Mike did the fielding. Bright sunshine again now, seagull flying overhead, and as Richard was saying, the breeze just keeping the clouds moving now, so hopefully, having lost the entire morning session, we will have few interruptions for the rest of the day. Here's Barnes again, he bowls, and Haynes drives a full length delivery up to mid-on where Parkinson fields, and there's no run this time. So 212 for 2, Worcestershire having resumed on 159 for 2. So they've added 53 runs today in brisk fashion with few alarms. Haynes in particular has looked very, very fluent. Update for FM listeners coming. Well, play didn't get started until 1:10, but Worcestershire wasted no time in extending their lead over Leicestershire, who they bowled out for 148 yesterday. Resuming on 159 for 2, Jack Haynes and Azhar Ali have already added, taken the score on to 212 for 2, so 53 runs added in very quick time this morning. Haynes in particular has been very fluent. He reached his 50 off 103 balls and has moved on now to 74. Azhar Ali is 79, and Worcestershire are in very good shape, 212 for 2. And the game continues with Ben Mike coming into the attack at the Diglis end, but not before there's been an attempt to change the ball. Just presented it, Callum Parkinson, to the umpires, big grin on his face, and they're seeing if it fits through the gauge that umpire Pollard has in his pocket. This is a scenario we've seen many times this season in various games, with the Duke's balls having been a problem, but this is a new batch, we're told, for this round of games, and Umpire Pollard says, this one's okay. Sorry, we're not going to change it.
Yep.
And you're going to have to get on with it. So Ben Mike will receive the ball back from the umpire and continue from the Diglis end.
55 overs this ball has lasted so far. It's got a chance of going full term, which we haven't said often, as you said, so far this season. Mike is in and bowls slightly short in towards the hip of Azhar Ali, who's up on his toes, blocking it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 159 this partnership between Messrs Haynes and Ali is worth already.
I've had a tweet, Richard, from a regular tweeter, a chap called Tony Pearson, who listens in Cape Cod. He's a Worcestershire fan, and he says he quite likes the late start because it allows him a long sleep and a full day of cricket.
Ben Mike is in and bowls line and length to delivery. Ali waits in his crease, just blocks it out into the offside. No movement for Ben Mike, who, as is his wont actually, scrapes away at the crease. He doesn't like whatever it is that ground staff, not just here, everywhere, tend to use to fill the footholds overnight.
Well, I bet they don't like him for doing that.
And he just scrapes it all away again. Which, I don't know whether some bowlers like it and some don't. But if you're following Mike, there won't be anything there by the time you get on to bowl. In he runs and bowls fullish to Ali, who is again deep in his crease and looking to drive. By the time he decides that's the shot, he's a little bit late on it, blocks it back out on the offside, fielded by Mike in his follow through. No run. A lot of time though again, Azhar doing a little dance at the crease now, just trying to get his feet moving. Might have got forward to that previous delivery from Ben Mike, but he was deep in his crease. He's a little bit quicker, Ben Mike, than some of the other Leicestershire bowlers. He's in and bowls onto the legs of Azhar, clips him away. Mike has his hands on his head as though he took it straight off the stumps. It looked middle and leg stump-ish. Turned down to Hassan Azad. Single taken. Azhar into the 80s now. Worcestershire 213 for 2. The little burst of score, not so little. First 10 overs, 49 runs. Really did come very quickly. Leicester's opening bowlers, particularly off Chris Wright, but also off Ian Mulder. Mike is in and bowls outside off stump, cut away by Haynes for 4. Lovely shot. Again not overhit. Again up on his toes, right on top of the bounce, and steered it wide of Rahan Ahmed, who was probably only about 10 yards away from where the ball crossed the boundary at the moment that the ball left the bat of Haynes, but he hit it so crisply again, didn't overhit it again, all timing. Picks up 4, moves on to 78.
Without getting carried away, that just reminded me of Graham Hick when he played that, and by that I mean the way that he hit it, and the fielder only had about 5 yards to go, but it just raced over the rope before he could get anywhere near it.
Mike is in outside off stump and too wide to persuade Haynes to drive at the ball. Foxy Phil despairing in the crowd. Have they not yet worked out that that's his favourite shot? Well, yeah. He does play it beautifully.
Yeah, I don't. When I say it reminded me of Graham Hick, I don't mean particularly the actual sort of shape of the shot or anything, but just that we got so used to seeing Hick hit balls like that through the covers. It's another thing that, going back to Daryl Mitchell, that he said to me about growing up playing it in his early days on the staff here with Graham Hick, that he'd never seen anybody who could play a spinner off the back foot so late and beat the cover fielder, beat the man on the boundary and the covers so consistently as Graham. Just such power and timing. Here's Ed Barnes bowling to Azhar, and that's cut away by Azhar Ali. There's a man out there, Hazard, on the well, he's not on the boundary at deep backward point, but he's 2/3, 3/4 of the way back, and he makes the save, and they take a single. Azhar Ali moves on to 81, and Haynes, who, as we said, has nearly caught him up, is on 78 and has already found the boundary 3 or 4 times with that beautiful square drive off the back foot, as well as hitting a 6 over mid-wicket off Chris Wright. Here's Barnes into Haynes, who drives straight back to the bowler, who gets his hand down and makes a good save off his own bowling. So, yeah, I can understand why Foxy Phil in the crowd is feeling a little bit down, because as we've said on 2 or 3 occasions, everything that Leicestershire would have said let's guard against when they were in the dressing room before this session and on the edge before they went out, everything that they would have said to guard against has happened, really. And they look in need of inspiration out there. Can Barnes provide it? He bowls a full-length delivery which Haynes drives up to mid-on. Parkinson fields, and there's no run. So bright sunshine, as Richard was saying, free entry to New Road after tea at every championship game this season, and what a day to get free entry after tea. There's going to be a good 40 overs or so in that last session.
Yeah, if not more, because tea is set in stone.
Set in stone at 3:40, I think, and so yeah, there'll be a good 40 overs probably, or certainly close to 40 overs in that last session, and the weather looks as though it's set reasonably fair, so it's a good opportunity to watch some free cricket. Changing the field for Barnes, bringing a slip out into a silly mid-on position for Haynes. Can't quite see why they've thought of that, because he hasn't hit anything in the air, but I do agree that captains should try and be a bit creative in situations like this. Barnes is in, bowls, and Haynes drives straight to that fielder, but completely safely along the ground. Ackerman has gone in there, so we've got one slip now at sort of second, third slip, and Ackerman, is it not Ackerman? Patel, I beg your pardon. Ackerman stayed in the slips. Patel has gone in to that silly mid-on position. It's almost like I call it a prep school position, because in under 10s cricket you have one on either side, don't you, there? But as I say, I'm all in favour of creativity, creative thinking from a captain. Barnes bowls and Haynes gets a run, just turning this off his pads down to long leg. So Ackerman stayed in the slips. He's kind of third or fourth slip, and Patel has gone in on that drive at silly mid-on. 219 for 2 now. Haynes goes to 79. It's a gamble, isn't it, having a fourth slip? I've known a lot of captains who've said to me over the years, if you're going to have one slip, just have first slip. You know, that's where it's most likely to go. You're gambling there. You're saying, well, we're trying to cover all bases. We're having a fourth slip, and there's a massive gap between him and the keeper, and if you're lucky it goes there. That silly mid-on's gone to leg gully now for Azhar Ali on strike against Barnes, and he works it nicely through mid-wicket for a single. Just ticking along, the Pakistani test player at the moment. Haynes providing the fireworks. 220 for 2 at the end of the over. 82 Azhar Ali, 79 Jack Haynes. And
yet the strike rates are almost identical.
Yeah,
it's curious, isn't it?
The
impressions almost.
Well, I think today is what I meant, really. Haynes, because he was overnight. Haynes was only on 42, wasn't he? Azhar Ali was on 60. But yeah, the strike rates are almost identical, aren't they?
They are.
And the lead is where are we? So
72.
72, yeah.
Plenty, and there's a conference going on out there between Callum Parkinson and Chris Wright and Colin Ackerman and the bowler Ben Mike. Lots of folded arms and hands on hips and discussions, and what are we going to do? How can we slow this down? Parkinson points and gestures. Nothing changes at the moment. He's making suggestions as much as giving orders at the moment. Mulder's involved too. We're going to be here until very late if this continues. The conference has broken up, I can say, and as a consequence, Hilly, that is to say Lewis Hill, is leaving his position in the covers and heading down to third man. Rehan Ahmed is still out there in front of the ladies' pavilion, pretty much on the point boundary or in front of point. Colin Ackerman, who was in the gully, has gone much wider, really, almost backward point. He's still in a catching position for, well, not really the misplaced cut as so much as the sort of skewed drive. I would anticipate Hill is actually inside Ackerman down here in front of us at third man. There is also a leg gully, but this has gone on a long time because Mike is going to bowl around the wicket to Azhar. In he comes and bowls. Azhar gets a short ball that he pulls down to fine leg for 4. So all that setting of a field for a particular kind of delivery delivered from around the wicket comes to naught, because one way or another, as are able to deal with it, it wasn't quite correctly directed and pulled around the corner. I suppose you could just about see what they were trying to do there, Leicestershire, with Patel in there, that sort of wide leg slip stroke leg gully position, but it's the odds are very much against it being pulled directly into his hands. There is also a long leg behind him, so they're trying Parkinson is trying to do something different here. Mike is going to stay around the wicket. Comes bounding in and bowls to Azhar. Again it's short, again it's pulled around the corner, and again it's run for 4. This time wide of Hassan Azad at long leg. Well, one was inside Azad and one was well wide of him, but in both cases Azhar Ali was in complete control of the shot. He moves on to 90, Worcestershire 228 for 2. There's still more gesturing going on out there. I daren't look at some of the social media that's going on.
I always feel that, you know, we're here to commentate and tell people what's happening, not necessarily to be too critical and to pass judgment. But if I were a coach, and this were my team out there, or I were captain and I was out there, I would be saying, let's bowl at the top of off stump with a slip and a gully and be conventional and try and
let's have a normal
get
field.
wickets in the right conventional way. This is gambling as far as I can see. You know, just trying different things. And it's trying to get wickets, well, not with consistent good bowling, in my opinion.
And we have now 3 men on the boundary on the leg side, at long leg, a deep backward square and mid wicket, as well as a relatively normal mid wicket. Mike comes in and bowls short onto the legs of Ali, of course, from around the wicket, who just gets up on his toes and guides it down to the middle of those 3. Ed Barnes at deep backward square and jogs 1, moves on to 91, 229 for 2. It's really hard to see how this is going to result in any sort of
it might
breakthrough. You never know. Haynes might hole out, but
it might do. But
see what he makes of it now.
You're more likely to get wickets, aren't you, by bowling at off stump, just outside, on a length, with a conventional field and trying to nip the ball around a little bit than just banging it in halfway down, I think.
The history of the game suggests as much.
Yeah, exactly.
But we shall see.
They were out there practicing slip catching for half an hour before they went out there.
So changes to the field now for Haynes. One of the men has come up to fairly conventional mid-wicket. Mike around the wicket to Jack Haynes. Short, pulled, bounces down towards Vian Mulder at that relatively normal mid-wicket. Quite close in, about sort of 6 strips back. And he makes a stop on the 3rd bounce, but it's a sort of leg theory of sorts that really isn't working for Leicestershire, or hasn't worked thus far. 4 balls into the over and 9 runs later. Persisting with it, Mike is in, bowls, short, bouncer, Haynes ducks. Lets it bounce over his head. It isn't convincing.
No.
But they are trying to... Well, Parkinson is trying something different. But as I say, it's not necessarily the way forward. In goes Mike Bowles, short again, pulled, short-armed pull for 4. I think that's going to go. Barnes isn't going to get there over mid-wicket. Had plenty of time there. Haynes played the shot very, very convincingly indeed. So 13 runs off that over delivered from around the wicket, including 3 boundaries, 2 to Ali, 1 to Haynes. Haynes has moved on to 83, Azhar on to 91, and Worcestershire's batters are doing as they please at the moment. They're 233 for 2. The lead is now 85.
Hey, Azhar Ali's just got a change of bat, and it's interesting because it's a different manufacturer of bat,
Okay.
which would suggest that he isn't contracted to one particular bat manufacturer. A collection were brought out by the 12th man. That's unusual, isn't it, these
Indeed,
days?
yes, absolutely.
But anyway, he's taken a new bat, whether that's because he wants one that he fancies a bit more to get after the bowling, or whether he's just done a little bit of damage to that other one or whatever, I don't know. But he's on strike now. Ed Barnes will continue from the New Road end, and the field is as it was when Barnes bowled at Ali before, which means we've got Ackerman in that gully position and a leg gully, but no slip. No other close catches. Rest of the field fairly well spread. Sweepers on either side as Barnes comes in and bowls, and Ali turns in for a single on the leg side. Lewis Hill comes off the boundary by the hospitality marquee to do the fielding, and the total moves on to 234 for 2. Ali moves on to 92. Not got 100 for Worcestershire yet, and making fairly untroubled progress towards 3 figures at the moment. Jack Haynes on 83 is now on strike. The field changes slightly. The leg gully has come to silly mid-on, about halfway down the pitch, just off the cut strip, and Barnes bowls to Haynes, who drives a ball out on the offside for a single. Chris Wright moving to his left at mid-off to do the fielding. Haynes moves on to 84. Crowd building, I sense, slightly. Little sort of murmur of anticipation around as well, that you can probably pick up on our effects mic. Bit chillier today than it was yesterday for those in the more exposed parts of the ground, like the Basil D'Oliveira stand at the far end. But you do get a very good view from there, as you said, Richard, particularly higher up. Here's Barnes into Azhar Ali, bowls full toss, and Azhar, as Haynes did about 3 overs ago, will feel he missed out on that one. Low full toss, probably looking to punch it a bit straighter than he did, and just sort of squirted it out on the leg side, and Ben Mike dived across it mid-wicket. But even if he'd have missed it, I think Parkinson, moving around from mid-on behind him, had probably got it covered.
Bowls quite a good Yorker usually, Barnes. I don't know whether he's just
probably
striving
trying
to do
for
that.
it. Yeah. Sun's out again now as Barnes comes in and bowls, and that's not a Yorker, it's a half volley, and it's driven beautifully by Azhar Ali. It's a good half stop actually in the covers, takes the pace off it, and they come back for 3. Lovely shot from Azhar, just leaned into it, and he moves on to 95, and the total to 238 for 2.
Highest score of the season.
Yep. Took a while to settle in, get used to things. I think he found it all a bit cold. I think that's something I heard him say in an interview. He'd just come over from playing at home, and it's a bit of a shock to the system. I know that was certainly the case last year. We've talked about it before with Alzari Joseph, the West Indian. Couldn't believe how cold it was when he got here. Barnes in, bowls to Haynes, who drives, beautiful shot, full half volley and smashed through extra cover. That's as good a shot as we've seen all day, probably from Jack Haynes. And he really is at his fluent best at the moment, the youngster. He's moved on to 88. And it's 242 for 2. Yeah, poor Alzari Joseph. Not only was he here in ridiculously cold temperatures, and made his debut away at Derby, I think, but also for about the first 3 games he was here, they couldn't find a pair of trousers that went down past his shins. So he was wearing these trousers that finished at about calf level, and it was freezing cold. Here's Barnes in again, bowl short to Haynes, and he pulls this around. Don't think he got anything on it actually. He's just hit his thigh pad and dribbled away down to long leg where it's fielded by Ahmed, and they take a leg by the over. Haynes will keep the strike. 88 to him, 95 to Azhar Ali, 242 for 2 Worcestershire, and these two have added 190 now for this third wicket.
I always remember covering an international, an early season one-day international between England and the West Indies up in Durham. It was actually in May, and it was one of Chris Gale's early appearances. It tells you how long ago it was. I've never seen a man emerge for a warm-up wearing more clothes than Chris Gale was wearing that day. He looked like the Michelin Man. He must have had 3 tracksuits on and jumpers and you name it, woolly hats. Gloves, the works.
People of a certain age will remember when every tour began here at Worcester, of course, and I can remember one West Indies tour that began here. I can't remember when, sometime in the 60s, and of course they didn't used to have all the tracksuits and everything. Then just wore their whites and their sweaters, didn't they? So they were cable knit, thick white West Indies sweaters. And I mean, the Michelin Man is the only comparison you can think of, because they'd come out with a pair of trousers on, possibly with some long johns underneath, then just sweater after sweater after sweater on the top half, almost unable to move.
Well, happily, from Leicestershire's point of view, the round the wicket experiment has only lasted 1 over. We're back over the wicket. Ben Mike from the Diglis end is in, bowls to Haynes, who looks to drive. It's quite straight and ends up steering it out towards Lewis Hill, who's moved up from third man into the covers again. So normality of a kind resumed at any rate. Umpire Pollard and Hill, who will have been involved in many games together over the years, have a chat. Parkinson stretches and begins to windmill his arms at mid-off. Mike, none for 56 from 10.1 overs, charges in and bowls short to Haynes, who pulls it around the corner. I don't think on the full to Rishi Patel at that leg slip position. Patel made the stop. It might have been on the half volley. It wasn't too far away. He got down well and made the stop. He was well on top of it, and I think it was well short of him. So he certainly saved 4 there, but it's kind of not why he's there, but he did it anyway. 243 for 2. Haynes 88. Mike is in and bowls to him a bouncer outside off stump. He just leans away, bobs at the knees, but leans backwards at the same time. 243 for 2, Haynes 88, Azhar 95 now, the lead up to 95. Sun back out as Mike comes charging in and bowls. That's a better delivery, just tucks Haynes up a little bit, played still very solidly in defence, pushed out towards mid-on by Jack Haynes. He remains on 88. Already averaging 57 coming into this game, Haynes, so whatever happens henceforth he's improved considerably on that, and as I say, he looks as though he's got scope to do much more. Mike is in and bowls to him, and he's driving, digs it out a little bit, and Hill, even too many H's, can move to his left and make the stop. Does so in the covers. No run. Parkinson continues to windmill his arms. The bowler with the best economy rate in the innings so far, Rehan Ahmed, who just bowled 3 overs last night. In goes Mike and bowls a bouncer outside off stump. Comes back in a touch, but well wide and taken by Swindles. Reaching down to his left, and the batsmen were playing for the close at the time, but even so, I would expect we'll see Rehan Ahmed shortly. Indeed, Parkinson has a word with the teenager, who comes wandering in, has a word with him. Probably something along the lines of, you're going to come on to replace Ben Mike in a couple of overs at that Diglis end. Coming to updates time.
Callum Parkinson then coming on at the New Road end, deciding that it's time to take a bit of responsibility himself. Bowled a little bit yesterday, as Richard was saying. The captain, in his first game as captain, 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 27 yesterday. And, well, something just needs to be done. Partly, they obviously need a wicket, but also just something to just disturb the rhythm of these two, because they've just gone along too steadily for Leicestershire's liking. And not only are they extending the lead, but they're doing it without too much discomfort. Parkinson starts a new over with a ball which is just short of a length, and Azhar goes on the back foot and drives it through the gap in the covers for a single, which takes him on to 96, and it's 244 for 2. Jack Haynes just checks his guard with the umpire Paul Pollard, goes for a little wander away to square leg and just has a little run on the spot and a little jog, just trying to focus himself. And he waits now, and Parkinson comes in to bowl left arm round the wicket to Haynes, who is forward, pushing defensively out on the offside. Update for BBC Hereford Wooders FM listeners coming shortly. Parkinson in the sunshine, number 10 on his back, he's in, he bowls to Haynes, and that one is a little bit shorter. Haynes on the back foot, pushes out on the onside. Mike Fields coming across from mid-on, and again there's no run. Parkinson again round the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who drives for a single, beats the diving fielder Patel at short mid-off about level with the stumps at the non-striker's end, and they go through for a single. Parkinson again in, bowls, and Azhar drives a wider, slower delivery, square on the offside, and picks up a single. Here comes that update. Rain did delay the start of play until 1:10, but since then Worcestershire, who began on 159 for 2, have made very, very good progress indeed. Jack Haynes and Azhar Ali, who are currently sharing their third consecutive partnership of over 100 for the Worcestershire third wicket, following successful partnerships in the last 2 games, have taken this one on to almost 200. They're 247 for 2 at the moment. Jack Haynes is on 90. Azhar Ali is on 97, so just 3 runs short of what would be his first century for the pairs. And at the moment Worcestershire are cruising along. They're in very, very good shape. 247 for 2, leading by 99. And a change in the bowling at the Diglis end. Barnes is coming on there, so it's not Rehan Ahmed yet.
Whatever Parkinson was saying to Rehan Ahmed, it wasn't that you're going to come on to replace Ben Mike. I make the first 18 overs of the day have now yielded 88 runs. So 5 and over
Yeah.
essentially.
And it's not just that, is it? It's the fact that it's been a kind of trouble-free progress as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. I can't recall so far
No.
today the bat being beaten. Actually, not once. Maybe wrong. Barnes is in and bowls to Haynes with that short mid-on, plays it back past the bowler out towards mid-off, a straight mid-off, but not very quickly. Parkinson can get across and make the stop. Certainly nothing has been edged, but I actually genuinely can't recall the bat being beaten. 247 for 2, the lead then. 99. Only 11 out. In goes Barnes and bowls. This time nice straight bat. Leaning forward, just beginning to step forward. Not too much foot movement there from Jack Haynes. He is in complete control there. He is seeing it very, very well. The ball is not deviating at all for Barnes, who has none for 42 from 9.2 overs. Shortish mid-wicket and that short mid-on. Mike and Patel respectively, as Barnes is in, bowls onto the hip of Haynes, who gets up onto his toes, works it out to deep backwards square, thinks about a second, but Rian Mulder, who's out there, got to the ball quickly, and he has got a good arm, the South African. And he gets his throw away quickly, keeps Haynes and Worcester down to 1. He moves on to 91. Azar on 97. Would you like to just take over, just to get him over the line?
Case, yeah. Hasn't got 100 yet, as I said, for Worcestershire. But and he's got there almost. You can't really remember that many blitzing shots or anything from Azar, can you? Here's Barnes in, bowls, and just turns this one on the leg side. Do you know what I mean? I can recall sort of 7 or 8 shots from Jack Haynes in this innings, but I can't recall that many great shots from Azar. He's just nurdled it round, accumulated, put the bad ball away, clipped it off his legs. It's just been ultra professional, and well, he's no doubt contributed to Haynes' success in the last 2 or 3 games as well. He waits now as Barnes comes in and bowls to him, and he drives nicely on the onside, and almost might have thought he was going to get his 100 there, but there's a good diving stop by Rishi Patel in that short mid-wicket position. It's a brave thing to do, in my book, to change your bat in the 90s. I think, as Azar did. That's somebody who's made a lot of hundreds. But I think most cricketers,
I wouldn't know.
Most cricketers would be so superstitious. I would never have changed in the 90s. Never taken a sweater off or changed gloves or anything until I'd got past that mark. As Barnes bowls, and Azar drops this one down on the offside, and there's a quick single. He got in, Haynes, but it was perhaps a slightly unnecessary risk. But interestingly, it was Azar counting, because he knew that was the last ball of the over, and he's kept the bowling, and he's gone on to 98, and it's 249 for 2 at the end of the over. I suppose I'll have to carry on now.
Yeah, you will. Interesting to see Leicestershire's Director of Cricket, Claude Henderson, here today. One day of each game, he usually turns up at an away game without necessarily any announcement to that effect, but he's here today.
Well, Callum Parkinson, the captain, is now going to bowl round the wicket to Azar Ali, who is on 98. And he comes in now and bowls, and Ali drives on the offside, and he's still on 98 because there's a good tumbling stop in the covers by Mulder. It's a short extra. Two players fairly close on the offside. Parkinson in again, bowls, and Azar starts to use his feet and then stops and waits for the ball. Parkinson saw him coming, held it back a little bit, and he just turned it away on the onside to mid-wicket, where Lewis Hill is fielding.
Discussions with umpire Pollard again, long ones. Umpire Pollard doing a lot of the talking.
Parkinson again is in, and bowls, and this one's fuller, and Azar drives, and he'll take a single up to long off, takes him to 99. and the 250 is up for Worcestershire. So another point for them, 5 on the board now for them, 3 for bowling, 2 for batting. And here's Parkinson again, bowls, and Haynes drives up to mid-off as well, and he too takes a single.
Parkinson livid with himself there because he knows he should have stopped that. Beat to the ground in annoyance.
251 for 2, and Azar on 99. So here we go. Can he bring up his first 3-figure score for the pairs? Field comes in, not surprisingly, everybody on the 1. Wonder if his response will be to go over the top or just to keep pushing it around as he has. He waits and he just plays defensively back up to the bowler. He's been through all this many times before, of course.
He has, but it will still be important to him though. There'll be a few nerves there, I'm sure.
For sure. Waits again now. As Parkinson is in and he works this one away on the onside. Might have thought he got the one he wanted there, but a good tumbling stop at mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. 251 for 2. Azar is on 99. Jack Haynes is on 92.
So that is the first 20 overs of the day, and it has yielded 92 runs, I believe, to the Worcestershire cause. Without the loss of a wicket. If you'd asked the Worcestershire dressing room what would be the ideal start to the second day, I think this would have been about it. Well, Haynes is on 92 on strike, so even he isn't going to go to 100 off the next delivery. So I shall pick it up briefly from the Diglis end as Barnes is running in and bowls to Haynes, who turns him towards mid-wicket. It is not stopped for once by Ben Mike. Dive to his right, got a good hand on it, but it bounced sort of underneath his body, off the palm of his hand, out towards mid-on. Parkinson, who's over there now, had to move across to his right, so Haynes picks up one, brings Azar back down on strike, so my work is done again briefly.
And he's on 99. He's made 42 first-class hundreds, I've just checked. So this would be his 43rd, but it would be the first for Worcestershire. And the field is well in again now. All fielders saving one apart from the fine leg. And he goes down the pitch to Barnes and clips this one, that fine leg, and scores his first 100 for the pairs, his first 100 as a Worcestershire player, helmet raised, bat raised. Jack Haynes is becoming a very close friend with his long partnerships out there in the middle, and Azar just kneels down and kisses the turf and gets a round of applause from the Worcestershire faithful. 43rd first class 100 for Azar Ali, and it's been a chanceless knock as far as I am aware, and he has made it in fine fashion off 159 balls with 11 fours.
Yep, and he also brought up the 200 partnership with that shot as well. Jack Haynes, who's contributed 93 of those runs, is back on strike as Barnes is in and bowls a bouncer to Haynes, who just ducks underneath it, then looks back inquiringly down the wicket. Barnes has already turned his back on him and is marching stoutly back towards his mark. Strike rate of basically 63 for Azar. Did go on down the leg side, that bouncer from Barnes. Dark cloud is rolling overhead at the moment, but we know it's surrounded by blue, so hopefully not too long, as Barnes is in up on his toes to a better short delivery is Haynes, and defending it with an angle bat down towards Ackerman, who is at backward point. And I wouldn't suggest for a minute that Ackerman is glad to be relieved of the captaincy, but he's probably a slightly faintly ironic smile on his lips at the moment. That
Welcome
he's
to my world, Callum. Yeah.
that he's not in charge at the moment. And he doesn't have to come up with some sort of solution to put an end to the carnage. In goes Barnes and Bowles, turned off his legs by Haynes out towards deep backward square. A single is taken, so Haynes will be, and you have to say will be at the moment, because there's no way at the moment he looks as though he's going to give it away. I'm just trying to recall one single occasion on which the bat has been beaten today, and I cannot think of one. Foxy Phil, this has been dross, and why hasn't Ahmed had a bowl? I agree, it's hard to say. Perhaps he's trying to save the youngster. In goes Barnes to Azar, who turns him off his legs through mid-wicket. No great follow-through, just calmly works it away and starts off on the second 100 perhaps. Out there at deep mid-wicket is Vian Mulder. The single is taken. Azar keeps the strike then. Haynes within a blow of his 100, but he's now not on strike. 255 for 2. The lead is 107. There are still 59 overs left to be bowled today. And at the current rate of scoring, which is close on 5 and over, I don't know what to do with the sums. It's not nice.
Yeah. Parkinson will carry on from the New Road end. Field slightly more spread now because Az has got that 100, so we've got a slip, backward point, short extra, shortish mid off, long off, and a deep cover on the offside as Parkinson bowls, and Az drives up to long off for a single. Then on the onside we've got a mid on, mid wicket, and a deep backward square. So he's backing himself to bowl a pretty good line on or around or outside off stump. And he keeps the field exactly the same for Haynes, and he bowls, and Haynes turns this on the leg side. He'll only get one as Rian Ahmed moves round from deep backward square to field. Haynes goes on to 95, 257 for 2. And you imagine that if these two stay together for another half an hour or so, Parkinson in, bowls, and on the back foot Azad pushes back to the bowler, that they would perhaps become a little bit more expansive. And if they get that lead up to 100, 150, then you're going to have license to thrill, aren't you, lower down the order. So Worcestershire would be looking to score quickly later in the day, I would have thought. Parkinson is in, bowl short to Azza, who drives off the back foot. Fielded by Parkinson off his own bowling, no run. So if we get the full 58 overs after this left in the day, you can imagine that Worcestershire will be a long, long way ahead by the close. Parkinson is in, bowls to Azza, who drives back up the pitch, straight to the bowler. No need for any heroics yet though, just keep it going as it is, keep ticking along. Worcestershire have already added 98 today, and we've only been playing, well, we haven't played for 2 hours yet. It's been a good day for the pairs. Here's Parkinson again, bowls, and Azar turns this one on the onside, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Lewis Hill. And there's no run, end of the over. So 257 for 2. The lead is 109, and with 58 overs left in the day, and Parkinson's figures now 11 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 35. And at the other end, Ed Barnes, 11 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 48. And the other bowling figures in this innings so far, which we haven't given for a while: Chris Wright, 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 60. Ben Mike, 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 56. Bjorn Mulder, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 53. And Rayan Ahmed, just those 3 overs for 4 runs yesterday.
There'll be a few Foxes supporters. There are a few Foxes supporters wondering why Ahmed has just bowled those 3 overs. Haynes on strike on 95 then. You never know, he could do it in style. Hello to Gary Bailey, who waved in the crowd, and Martin Barry, who's finding it a very tough watch.
Barnes, yeah, sorry, he could do it in one blow, yeah. That was the hint, wasn't it?
It was.
Sorry, Barnes to Haynes, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. I don't expect him to do it on go. Who's the sub, I've been asked. Didn't even know there was one. But Richard will tell us in a minute.
Looking out to see where.
Anyway, I'll keep talking about what's actually happening as Barnes comes in to bowl to Haynes from the Diglis end. He bowls and Haynes drives square on the offside. Just a single as Rayan Ahmed does the fielding. And Haynes moves on to 96. And a total to 258 for 2. Richard's still trying to identify the substitute. Don't even know where the substitute is, do you? See, not down that long leg. But anyway, here comes Barnes again from the new Diglis end. Bowls as Ali on the back foot, pushes out square on the offside, just in front of square on the offside. That's fielded by Hill. Coming in from the covers.
I think Will Garvey, Leicestershire's physio, has just passed that information on to Paul Rogers.
Okay. There's a man at square leg with no number. That's who it is, isn't it?
It is. I'll find out who shortly.
Barnes is in. Bowls to Azhar, who pushes up to mid-on. Parkinson does the fielding. Callum Parkinson, as you said, getting a taste perhaps of what Colin Ackerman has been enduring earlier in the season in terms of wrestling with the problems of taking wickets out there. We've seen this pair add over 200 for this third wicket, and precious few difficulties in doing so. Here's Barnes, comes in again now to bowl to Azhar Ali, who turns this on the leg side, and that substitute fielder that we were talking about does the fielding and saves a single. Ed Barnes back at the Diglis end. Moves in again, very straight approach, long striding, right arm over, bowls to Azhar, who tucks him off his pads behind square on the leg side just for a single. As Azad comes off the long leg boundary to do the fielding, that means that Azhar Ali will keep the strike, and the total at the end of that over 259 for 2. Barnes 12 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 50 now. Azhar on 103 and Jack Haynes on 96. Parkinson to continue from the New Road end, and Richard has news.
Yeah, the sub is a young man called Vikai, V-I-K-A-I, Kelly, K-E-L-L-E-Y, who he's a wicketkeeper who was with the Warwickshire Academy, and he's now with Leicestershire. I think he's played a T20 for Warwickshire at some stage, so whether he's permanently with us, I'm not sure. In goes Parkinson. Azhar is forward, defending, thick inside part of the bat, sees the ball trickle out into the onside, and there's no run. We'll swap round if and when Jack Haynes gets back on strike. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Azhar is driving quite expansively, but perfectly safely along the ground all the way through the vacant covers out towards Eddie Barnes, who's sweeping on the off side. The single is taken. Haynes is back on strike.
So he is on strike, and he's on 96 off 168 balls. These two have matched each other pretty much shot for shot throughout their innings, albeit that Haynes has scored a little bit more quickly today. Parkinson round the wicket to the youngster, goes on the back foot and drives out into the covers for a single. So he goes to 97. It's 261 for 2.
And Vikai is basically doing 13th man today, as the seconds have had a T20 today. And Leicestershire trying to get as many playing as possible. Parkinson into Azar, who's down the wicket, getting to the pitch of the ball and then clipping it neatly away off his legs. Didn't go and try and loft it over the onside, as one or two might have done in those circumstances. Kept his head over the ball, clipped it finally out into the leg side, and Rehan Ahmed fielded a single taken.
And Haynes on strike, quite like this. Do a ball
One
each.
ball at a time.
Yeah. Jack Haynes settles into his stance. Parkinson in, bowls to him, and he's solidly forward, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler. No need to take any risks, just checks with the umpire that there are 2 balls left, 1 ball left in the over, so he knows what's what, and he settles down again now as Parkinson is in and bowls short, and he cuts away for a single out into the cover, so he'll keep the strikes, just exactly what he would have wanted. At the end of that over, Jack Haynes has 98 and 263 for 2. The partnership is 210. Azhar Ali has 105. As we said yesterday and several times today, 3rd consecutive occasion on which these two have shared a partnership of over 3 figures. The first time they've taken it as high as 200. And Jack Haynes 2 runs away from what would be a 3rd first-class century in 4 knocks, and the other one was not out as well. So, rich vein of form for the youngster. He's waited patiently, rather frustratedly at times, for that first 100, and then got 2 in 2 games, and now looking at the possibility of a 3rd.
Just in case you're wondering why the 12th man isn't fielding, Louis Kimber has a sore ankle, so Leicestershire looking after him as much as possible. To be fit for, because they want him fit for the T20s. Ben Mike has been off, but he's back on now. So.
Okay. Anyway, it's Rehan Ahmed for his first bowl today. He bowled 3 overs yesterday for 4 runs, and he's coming on to bowl to Jack Haynes from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls, and his first ball is, I think it was a googly, you know, and yeah, it was. Interesting start. Haynes perhaps picked it, or just watched it off the pitch anyway, and worked it to mid-wicket. Comes in again now, bowls, leg break this time, and Haynes cuts. He's got 1, will he get back for 2? He won't, because there is a diving half stop by Ben Mike. The crowd were getting a bit excited then, thinking that he was going to get the 2 that he needed, but he only got 1. And he goes on to 99, 264 for 2. Azhar Ali on strike now on 105. As Rehan Ahmed bowls short, and that's pulled away by Ali to deep mid-wicket for a single. And Haynes on to strike again on 99. There'll be a big round of applause if he gets this. It'll be his first home 100. Ahmed is in, bowls. Oh, no, it won't actually, because he'll go 100 against Durham. I beg your pardon. But he's got it anyway. Works this one away to mid-wicket, punches the air. 3 in 3 games for Jack Haynes, having waited so long for his first one, and it's a brilliant innings. 170 balls, 1 6, and 14 fours for Jack Haynes. Brilliant effort. So 3 first-class hundreds in 3 consecutive games for the youngster. That's some going. 266 for 2, and a brilliant effort from him as Ahmed bowls to Azhar Ali. Turns this one away on the onside, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Absolutely delighted for Jack Haynes, who, as I mentioned yesterday, had a couple of occasions where he'd fallen short of 100. Ali gets a single, driving this one off the back foot through the covers, keeps the strike, but having got there once, he's done it 3 times in 3 games. End of the over, 267 for 2. Jack Haynes, just to repeat those figures, 100 not out, 174 balls, 14 fours and 1 6, and these two piling the runs on. Their partnership is now worth 214.
And the lead for Worcestershire now up to 119 as the cover billows again. They're going to have to tie that down, I would suggest, the ground staff, because it's getting looser and looser. That sight screen cum cover at the Basil D'Oliveira stand. I should get this over in before I have to go and do another update. Parkinson is in from the new road end, bowls to Azar, who is adjusting to that one a little bit as it came towards him. Ends up pushing it out into the offside, picked up by Lewis Hill, and there's no run. Somebody said something funny, umpire Pollard it must have been. Parkinson grins as he goes back to his mark. He is in and bowls. Azar goes back, forces or tries to force out into the offside, doesn't really time it. Hits it along the ground though, rarely hits it in the air unless he has to. And again Hill falls to his right to make the stop. Parkinson blows on his hand. Is in and bowls. Azar is down the wicket, driving pleasantly, getting to the pitch of the ball through the gap in the covers out towards Barnes. Takes one. Moves on to 107. And again, 25 overs into play, and I can't think of a single occasion on which ball has beaten bat. Parkinson in, bowls, back goes Haynes and guides it calmly out through the gap at point to where Barnes has to run around to his left to field. Takes one again. Intent on making this a big 100, I would suspect. Haynes, highest score, his biggest 100 of the season so far, presumably overall is 133. Parkinson is in, bowls to Ali, who just reaches forward. Bat in front of pad, pushes it back.
Yeah, made 150 in the Royal London last year at Chelmsford.
But first class cricket.
Definitely.
As Parkinson is in and bowls. Ali is down the wicket, working it off his legs, and right moves to his right at mid-on, picks up and throws at the stumps, hits them, but there's absolutely no excitement whatsoever because Azar had long since made his ground. End of the over, 270 for 2, with the cathedral bells chiming 3. It's time for another update.
And likewise, there'll be one coming for BBC Haven Worcester shortly. Brilliant day for Worcestershire so far, despite the late start. 159 for 2 overnight. So 111 runs added so far by this pair. They've taken their partnership on to 217, and they've both reached 3 figures. Azar Ali for, I think, the 43rd time in his career, but the first in a Worcestershire shirt, and Jack Haynes for the 3rd time in his career, and the 3rd time in just 3 games. So a rich vein of form for the youngster. As Rayan Ahmed bowls to Azar, full length, and Azar just turns this away on the onside. No run as it's fielded at short mid wicket by Mulder. Ahmed in again, bowls, and a repeat of the previous delivery, just pushed out on the onside, and no addition this time. Here's Ahmed again, bowls, and Azar pushes forward very solidly back up to the bowler. .270 for 2 is that update. Well, a brilliant day for Worcestershire, and they continue to prosper. Play started late, of course, but 159 for 2 overnight has become 270 for 2 without much trouble at all so far, and both the batsmen who share this outstanding partnership for the 3rd wicket, which is currently worth 217, have reached 3 figures. Azar Ali for the first time in a Worcestershire shirt, although for the 43rd time in his career. He's currently on 109, and Jack Haynes, who's been out there with him all the time, has reached his 3rd first-class 100 in 3 successive games. Fantastic form from the youngster. He's on 101, and Worcestershire are 274 for 2. And brilliant shot from Azhar Ali there, just smashing that short ball from Rian Ahmed over mid-wicket for 4. So 113 now to Azhar Ali, and it's 274 for 2, and still 53 overs left in the day. Worcestershire really moving on apace now with the lead 126. And Callum Parkinson, well, he's taken the responsibility to bowl himself, but absolutely desperate for a wicket here, Leicestershire.
Parkinson in from the New Road end, bowls to Haynes, who goes back and turns the delivery out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Rishi Patel. There's no run. I suppose the sort of, I was going to say hope, but the only sort of light at the end of the tunnel as far as Leicester are concerned is the new ball, which is 10 overs away as Parkinson goes in and bowls. Back foot again for Haynes. It's just outside off stump, so he can go back and force it out through the gap in the covers, out towards Barnes, sweeping on the offside boundary. One is taken. Haynes on to 102. Worcestershire 275 for 2. Parkinson jogs in and bowls to Azhar, who goes back and works it out into the same gap. Barnes comes in to meet it. Single is taken again. Parkinson bowls. Forward goes Jack Haynes, getting to the pitch of the ball, defending it, pushing it back down the pitch on the offside, picked up by Parkinson in his follow through. None for 44 for Leicestershire's captain from 13.4 overs. Jogs in past umpire Pollard and bowls. Haynes forward again, holds the pose for a minute as he blocks it out into the offside, off stump to Lewis Hill. Right, swings his arms, but as much just to keep himself limber, I suspect. I can't see him coming on to bowl before the new ball is due. In goes Parkinson, bowls. You could see him trying to put revs on that. It's driven by Haynes, but a good diving stop away to his right. In the covers by Vian Mulder, who gets a helping hand to his feet from Lewis Hill. And it is the end of the over, 276 for 2. Jogging off, I think. Or jogging to the boundaries, Rishi Patel gets the word from umpire Pollard that it's okay to leave the field. And are we going to get Vikai Kelly back on the field? Presumably.
Had a tweet from Lee, who says quality knock again, talking about Jack Haynes. Simple technique, picks up length very quickly, likes batting with Azhar too by the looks. I'd agree with all of that. Not so sure about simple technique. He makes it look simple, but I think he's worked really, really hard on it, particularly with his dad Gavin, the former Worcestershire all-rounder. Rian Ahmed bowls. This one is turned away on the onside by Azhar, but there's no run. Worked for many hours, I think, on that technique. And the great thing is, when you play well, you do make it look simple, don't you? As Rian Ahmed bowls to Azhar, who pushes out on the offside. This time thinks about a single, but sent back. But I think what has improved in the last couple of years with Jack Haynes is just his footwork has just improved a little bit, getting a little bit further forward, I think. Picks up length early, as you say, Lee. Rian Ahmed bowls googly, which Azhar just gets in behind and turns on the leg side.
And acknowledges as well.
276 for 2 then, Worcestershire. Ahmed, surprised he hasn't bowled a bit more actually. He comes in and bowls, and that one is a little bit short, and Azhar gets in behind it, steers it away on the offside, but Ben Mike dives to his left at backward point. Gets to his overs quickly, that's for sure. Just a run-up, walk-up of about 4 or 5 paces. He's in, bowls, and swept by Azhar, who's missed it, taken on the pad. Possibly the first sign that he's getting a little bit frustrated in this over, Azhar Ali, I think. Thinks he should have scored off a couple of deliveries. Just stretches the hamstring a little bit after the effort of that sweep. And here's Rian Ahmed again. He bowls and Azhar cuts, and this time he does get a run. In fact, he'll probably get to... No, he'll only take one, and he's feeling that hamstring again now, having completed that single. just stretching it off as Ben Mike misfielded and then pursued the ball down to third man. So he keeps the strike. End of the over, 277 for 2. As are now 115, Jack Haynes 102.
That was a decent over from Rehan Ahmed. Tried a couple of things. Beat the bat once in a way, thumped into the pad of Azhar as he tried to sweep it away into the leg side, of course. Having a chat with umpire Warren at the moment. 3 overs into his spell. Been nice to see him get a decent spell, but I suspect he's going to only have another 3 or 4 overs because of the proximity of that new ball. Callum Parkinson is talking at length to Harry Swindells now. And now he's involving Chris Wright in discussions. Swindells jogs back to his position behind the stumps. Wright waves at the pavilion, says he wants to go off, says needs the 12th or 13th man. Kelly is back on at mid-wicket. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Implies, Azhar, that it stays a bit low there as he went back and dug it out, rather. I'm not sure it did stay too low. Kept it out, pushed it out into the offside. Azad is sent back from deepish mid-off to very conventional long-off on the boundary. Parkinson is in and bowls. Azhar uses his feet, but ends up covering up nonetheless, working it on into the leg side, picked up by Kelly. No run. Wright asks for a spot of guidance into his fielding position. Parkinson is in. Ooh, almost yorks himself there. As he came down the wicket, jabbed down on it, really toe-ended the ball back down towards mid-on. He's just looking oddly, considering he's been so calm throughout his innings so far, all of a sudden slightly frenetic, but so he wants to start getting on with things and he's finding it a little bit difficult. Parkinson is in, gives him a little bit of width, goes back, cuts it away. That's the one he's been waiting for. Azhar cuts it down to third man. Mike sprints after the ball, puts in the slide, picks up a foot or so inside the ropes. But Haynes, who's running back to the danger end, comfortably completes the third run. Azhar moves on to 118, 280 for 2. The lead stretches ever upwards. 132 now it is as Parkinson goes in. Haynes sweeps for 4. Tall man, Parkinson has his chin in his hand momentarily, but he was on top of that, and it was the right direction and length. Swept it away. There isn't a man down at long leg, just Rehan Ahmed, who's at backward square, and Haynes put it nicely away. 284 for 2, 7 off the last couple of deliveries. Parkinson is in. Haynes gets a full toss, waits for it though, and plays it firmly out through mid-off, out towards long-off. Takes 1.
Keeps the strike.
Yeah.
107 off 182 balls. Azhar 118 off 197 balls. Partnership 232. And Worcestershire 5 points. Leicestershire yet to register a bonus point. It's one-way traffic at the moment.
Really is. Zero pressure, says Foxy Phil. The only way we are getting a wicket is if they give it away. It does feel that way at the moment.
It does indeed, yeah, it does. And they'll be keeping each other going, these two. They've enjoyed batting together, that's for sure, as Rehan Ahmed bowls and Haynes is forward to a good delivery, full length, off stump. Pushes out on the offside. Big strong lad, Rehan Ahmed. Big shoulders, always good for a leg spinner. Comes in now. Plenty of body in the action as he bowls, that one again. Just down the right length, just outside off stump, and Haynes cuts it, but straight to fielder Ben Mike at backward point. Gets good drive through his action, doesn't he, from that back leg. Look at him there, really pushing through, nicely bowled. And Haynes is forward, pushing out on the offside. 285 for 2, Rayan Ahmed in his 7th over, just conceded 13 so far. He's in, he bowls, and Haynes works a quicker one away on the onside for a single, just wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. The 286 for 2, Haynes goes to 108. There's always the chance with a leg spinner that you're going to get the bad one, isn't there? There's always such a difficult discipline.
Dragged down at some stage.
Yeah.
He bowls relatively few.
Done it once,
last
hasn't he?
words.
As Ali put him away over mid-wicket 2 overs ago, but in he comes, and bowls, and that was a good delivery. Ali pushes out on the offside. Always the amazing thing about the late great Shane Warne, wasn't it? How bowled with such incredible control for a wrist spinner. Here's Rayan Ahmed again, bowls, nicely bowled, and it's a little bit full this time, and Ahmed drives out through the covers for a single, keeps the strike. Azhar Ali, I should say. He goes to 119, Haynes has 108, and it's 287 for 2. Tidy over, just the 2 runs from it. No wickets today, though. And no sign of a wicket, really.
There really isn't. There really isn't. How many overs have we had now? We have had 31.
31, yeah.
31 overs. And 128 runs.
Yeah.
And not a chance. Not only not a chance, not once really has ball beaten bat in any sort of meaningful sense. Parkinson is in from the New Road end and bowls to Azhar, who goes back and then leans down. Again implies that it stayed a little bit lower than he thought it was going to, as he bends his back and prods it out into the offside. Picked up by Hill. Got darker clouds going overhead at the moment as Parkinson is in. Drops a little bit short. Azhar goes back, forces off the back foot into the offside, but doesn't beat Vian Mulder, who's at extra cover. Barnes has come in from the offside sweeping position now to try and prevent that single being pushed into the gap. Parkinson is in again. Back on his stumps is Azhar. Puff of dust as he comes down on that one. From his feet, I suspect, as he moved back in rather than bat making contact with ground or anything like it. Pushed out into the offside. Parkinson in and bowls. Azhar uses his feet, gets to the pitch a bit, works it out to deep mid-wicket. It's a long chase round the boundary for Rayan Ahmed, who puts in that chase, gets his throw away quickly, and a good throw too. He's got a good arm, the youngster. And 2 to Azhar. Used his feet nicely there, and having got to the pitch of the ball, didn't try and overhit it. Just worked it away. Picks up 2. Vikai Kelly was also in hot pursuit. He looks a very slim young man indeed as Parkinson is in. Azhar goes back, cuts, bottom edges it down into the ground. It bounces out towards backward point where Ben Mike is the fielder. Parkinson's hands started to go into the air. But it was a reflexive gesture as much as anything. Jogs in and bowls, brings Azhar forward. Solid defensive press. End of the over. Another fruitless one as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Worcestershire now 289 for 2. Have added 140 today in just 32 overs.
Yeah, there's a flat feel to the Leicestershire team out there. Not surprisingly, we've all been there, I think, or anybody who's played cricket at a decent level has been through situations like this, and you're looking for a little bit of inspiration, looking for a little bit of luck, perhaps, looking for a mistake from the batsman. There's Rayan Ahmed bowls, and that's a googly, which Haynes gets in behind and tucks away on the offside. I think it was a googly, not quite sure, not quite got the measure of him yet, but He's mixing it up a little bit, I think. Clearly does bowl a googly, and he bowls it with a fair amount of control. He's in now and he bowls to Azar, who pushes this one out on the offside. Then Harry Swindles comes from behind the stumps to scoop it up and misses it with his glove. But no alarms, no run. 290 for 2. Ahmed again. Comes in, bowls, and Azar is forward again. Swindles flicks off a glove, chases the ball out into the offside, but leaves it for Lewis Hill. The longer Ahmed bowls tidily, the more you think he probably should have bowled sooner.
Agreed.
Comes in again now and bowls, and that one again is right on the spot, and Azar is forward to it, pushes it back up the pitch. Impressive control from the young man so far.
By a long way the most economical
At the moment, yeah. Turns again at the Diglis end. 4 or 5 pace run up. He's in, he bowls. That one a little bit quick. Nicely flighted. Pushed out by Azar on the offside. Great experience for him as well, bowling at Azhar Ali as well. Bowling at a world class player of spin bowling. And keeping him quiet at the moment. He bowls again, and Azhar is again very solidly forward. Well bowled. End of a very tidy over. 290 for 2. And his figures now: 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. As you say, comfortably the most economical in this lineup. New ball is just 4 overs away now. And well, there's a danger if they take it, they don't bowl well with it, that it'll travel a little bit more easily off the bat than the old ball.
indeed.
So will they take it? Will these two actually just continue to exert a little bit of control as they have in the last 15-20 minutes or so?
Apparently 8 towns in the UK are to be granted city status. In goes Parkinson and bowls, turned off his legs by Jack Haynes, down towards long leg. Ahmed is quickly to the ball, sufficiently quickly indeed to prevent a second run. A single taken by Haynes, who's been relatively subdued since going past his 100. Doncaster. Colchester. Just thinking of cricketing towns. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Forward goes Azar, pushing the ball out into the offside. Milton Keynes. I've watched Northampton play there.
Yeah, I have too. Yeah, and
Shane Warne,
Essex
actually,
at Colchester.
funny enough, who you mentioned. They were against Hampshire. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Azar prods forward. Douglas. I'm sure they play cricket on the Isle of Man.
Oh, they do. Yeah.
Whether they play in Port Stanley, I don't know, but that's when they become a city. In goes Parkinson, worked off his legs by Azar. VK Kelly dives to his right, half stops the ball at mid-wicket, but it runs another 5 yards or so, and the single is taken. Wrexham and Bangor and Dunfermline, the other towns to become cities. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Not even half forward on that occasion. Is Jack Haynes just waiting for the delivery? Calmly playing it into the onside. No run. Parkinson jogs in to finish his over and bowls. Haynes waits on the back foot. Delivery on off stump that he blocks down into the ground, into the offside. End of Parkinson's 17th over, none for 56 for Leicestershire's skipper. Toiling away out there, but toil is probably the word as far as the Foxes are concerned. They have toiled in vain so far today. Worcestershire, who began the day on 159 for 2, are now 292 still for 2.
Yep. Very much Worcestershire's game, not just Worcestershire's day. Yesterday they bowled out Leicestershire for 148, remember, and 50 of those added for the last wicket. So in many ways Worcestershire have dominated this game from start to finish, or start to current point, should I say. And these two in particular have dominated. Rayan Ahmed continues from the Diglis end, bowling to Azhar, who pushes out on the onside. No run.
I always used to think, looking at the cathedral away to our left, that the only definition of a city was that it had a cathedral. But,
used to be, didn't it?
No longer is the case, clearly.
No, definitely used to be the case. Here's Azhar, he bowls, and this one is Ahmed bowls, and Azhar turns it on the onside for a single. First run for some time off Rayan Ahmed. 8.1 overs, 8.2 overs, one maiden, no wicket for 17 is pretty tidy figures so far.
Been wondering why Ackerman hasn't had a bowl either, really. But
Field stays the same for Haynes, who pushes at this one that did bounce a little bit on him, and just steered it out on the offside. But he's landing everything, isn't he, Ahmed, at the moment? Nothing, doesn't bowl that, doesn't drag many down, and hasn't got too full. Again, that one's quicker, skids on a little bit. Haynes just pushes back up the pitch. Good bowling so
it
far.
is, especially in the circumstances in which he's been brought on against two Centurions going well.
Yeah. In he comes again now. Bowls, and again that's a bit short and wide, and Haynes cuts nicely and gets 4. It's a shot that he's played with great comfort and skill off the pace bowlers. This time Ahmed dragging it down just a little bit outside off stump, but it's the width as much as anything that Haynes capitalises on, and he goes to 114 and continues to prosper. Ahmed bowls, and he's forward, pushing out on the offside. End of the over, no run. 297 for 2. So Jack Haynes has now made 3 first-class hundreds in 3 consecutive games, and I think that's exactly the same number that his father made. So, and the next one
in his career.
Yeah, when he gets the next one, he'll be able to have the bragging rights at the dinner table, I think. Although, in fairness to Father Gavin, nobody has put more time and effort into improving his son's game than he has in terms of as a coach.
So 2 overs until the new ball. The first, if it's taken, that is, the first will be bowled by Callum Parkinson, who is in, bowls to Ali, shortish, flat-ish, quick-ish delivery. Ali goes back and forces it out into the offside. Mulder is the fielder at extra cover. Parkinson shoots his cuffs rather, and then blows on his hand and goes in and tosses that one up a little bit. It's driven past the diving Hill, who's at a short mid-off out towards Hassan Azad, who's down at long off. Single taken. Haynes 114 now, 297 for 2, as our 123. Parkinson is in to Haynes, who goes back and plays it very firmly back down the pitch to Parkinson, whose fair hair cut very, very short. Just a sort of fairish stubble covering his scalp as he goes in and bowls to Haynes. Fuller this time, played firmly back towards him. Parkinson is not quite as firmly as Parkinson thought it was going to be, so he's falling and waiting for it at the same time. 2 to come. Umpire Pollard tells Jack Haynes, who must have inquired of him. Parkinson is in and bowling. Haynes is studiously forward, head down, bat in front of pants as he blocks that one out to mid-wicket. Rishi Patel is the fielder. Getting through their overs now at a better rate. Leicestershire still 45 left to be bowled today. T at 22, in he goes and bowls. Forward again goes Haynes, and then turns and puts his bat firmly back down in his crease, and then heads towards the Worcestershire 12th man, who's coming out with a towel and drinks, despite the fact that T is only 13 minutes away. Messrs Ali and Haynes are having a towel down and a drink, with the score on 298 for 2.
And Richard's off to do his next update for BBC Radio Leicester listeners. And he won't be able to bring them any good news, I'm afraid, because Worcestershire continue to dominate here at New Road. Colin Ackerman is now doing some loosening up exercises, suggesting that he may be about to have a bowl. Rayan Ahmed, though, is continuing from the Diglis end. The new ball due after this over, but I suspect that it's not going to be taken if Ackerman is loosening up. 298 for 2 score, and Azhar Ali on strike on 124. Rayan Ahmed on the money again with his first ball, just pushed defensively back up the pitch. One slip, the only close fielder. Rayan Ahmed from the Diglis end bowls, and that one hurries on to Azhar, googly I think, and he just pushed it out on the offside. Got the impression that he picked it, played it with some ease, just watching the ball off the pitch. This one's short and pulled away by Azhar, didn't quite time it. It's the one he's been waiting for. Picks up a single out to Ed Barnes on the deep cover boundary, deep mid-wicket boundary I should say, and Azhar goes to 125. Haynes on strike, Ahmed in to bowl 2 and bowls. This one pushed out on the onside by Haynes. Pitch is really flattened out now, and the ball has hardly gone past the bat at all today. Rayan Ahmed again bowls, and Haynes again pushing out on the leg side. 299 for 2 then. Worcestershire 1 run away from that 300 mark as Ahmed bowls, and Haynes whips it away on the leg side. Thinks he might have got that 1 run, but unfortunately not the case, as he hit it straight to Hassan Azad at short backward square leg. End of another over from Rayan Ahmed. 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22 is tidy figures. The rest of the bowling figures just give them as Colin Ackerman comes into the attack. Chris Wright 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 60. Ben Mike 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 56. Vion Mulder, the only wicket taker, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 53. Ed Barnes 12 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 50. Callum Parkinson 18 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 57. And Ahmed, as I said, 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22. So it is Colin Ackerman from the New Road end to take up the attack, and he will be bowling to Azhar Ali. Ackerman, the South African who was captain of Leicestershire until this match, having handed over the reins to Callum Parkinson. Ackerman, useful white ball bowler, but has had to wait until this 81st over for his first bowl in this game. Here comes that update. Worcestershire continuing to enjoy themselves here at New Road. They've now really taken this game by the scruff of the neck. Started today on 159 for 2, and they've added 140 further runs without loss, with Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes, the third wicket pair, dominating proceedings. Both men have passed 3 figures. Ali for the first time in Worcestershire colours, and Jack Haynes for the third time in consecutive matches. So really dominant performance from Worcestershire. They're in the 81st over of their innings, replying, remember, to Leicestershire's first innings at 148. Azhar Ali is on 125, Jack Haynes is on 114, and we're just 5 minutes away from tea now. as Worcestershire bring up the 300. They're 300 for 2. In fact, they're 303 for 2, I think, because that ball has gone to the boundary. And no, 302 for 2. It was a combined effort by Parkinson and Barnes to save the boundary. 3 runs taken. Azar goes to 128, and it's 302 for 2 now. We'll probably have 2 more overs after this before tea if the new ball isn't taken. And it's been a fruitless session for Leicestershire once again. Here's Ackerman in again, bowls short to Haynes, who goes on the back foot and steers this away on the offside. Ackerman, South African, off spinner, coming in from the new road end again now. Bowls, and Haynes is forward, lets that one come to him, plays it very late underneath his eyes, just pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. 302 for 2 then. Ackerman again, bowls short to Haynes, quicker, well not short really, but just pushed through a little bit, and Haynes on the back foot just punches it through the covers, keeps the strike. End of the over, tidy over, but nonetheless negotiated successfully by the pair, and Worcestershire now 303 for 2. They have 6 bonus points, and this partnership is now worth 250.
We shall have to start checking records for Worcestershire's 3rd wicket against Leicestershire. Must be getting close, I would have thought, if not past it. We will check that during the tea interval. Rehan Ahmed will continue from the Diglis end, 2 overs before tea, I would think. So it'll be about on. We've got squeezed in the 40 overs. Ahmed is in and bowls, turned off his middle and leg stump by Haynes, very comfortably out towards deep mid wicket. Barnes comes in and underarms the ball back to Vian Mulder. And for 23 for Rehan Ahmed. So I won't want to give it away just before tea. He's in and bowls. He's going to just turn that one away as it drifts towards his leg stump, out towards mid wicket. Barnes again jogs in and fields, again underarms the ball to Mulder. Singles from each of the first 2 deliveries. Haynes looks around him, no change to the field. Ahmed is in, bowls to him, he goes back and closes the face of the bat on that back defensive shot, back foot defensive shot. Out into the leg side it goes, Mulder picks up. Ahmed is in, bowls outside off stump. Haynes goes back and cuts out through the vacant point area. Rishi Patel is the sweeper on the offside. He fields in front of the ladies' pavilion, from whence has just emerged a lovely plate of, I think, Bakewell tart actually. But very good it is too. I should know, having tasted it. Should know really, but I'm pretty sure it's Bakewell tart. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Flamboyantly worked by Azar through mid-on, out towards Chris Wright, who's a few paces back from a normal mid-on position, makes the stop and there's no run. He practiced a reverse flick, Azar Ali, because Rehan Ahmed is going to go around the wicket to him, so Swindles adjusts the leg side field slightly accordingly. Basically that means that Barnes, who was at deep mid-wicket, goes to deep square. Ahmed goes in and bowls and slightly surprises Azar Ali with a delivery that bounces a little bit more than he expects. He works it, nurdles it if you like, off a thick outside edge. Down wide of Ackerman, had slipped down towards third man. Ben Mike chases after it, puts in the slide. And Azar takes 1, but again that was a decent delivery from Rehan Ahmed. And it may be just the proximity of tea that's preventing Leicestershire from taking the new ball, which is overdue now, 2 overs overdue, but just the 1 over now until tea. But I just wonder whether they feel, as you suggested, Frank, they fear that the new ball will actually go around the ground
maybe
more quickly than the old soft, lifeless ball.
Maybe. I was just watching Azhar Ali and just thinking, excuse me, certain players, when they get 100, change the rhythm of their innings, don't they? As Ackerman comes in and bowls to Azhar, he pushes up to mid-on, no run. And they give you the impression they're going to get a bit looser and maybe give it away. And then there's others who seem to make a sort of deliberate effort to dig in. But Azhar just seems to just go on, doesn't he? Just seems to have that mindset. And we know he's made a 100, of course, in Test cricket. Pushes forward to this one, no run. Ackerman's gone round the wicket. He just seems to have that, that even feel to his game, really. He's just going to go on and on and on. Probably put the kiss of death on him. Ackerman round the wicket. He's forward, pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, no run. Last over before tea. Wonderful session it's been for Worcestershire. Ackerman decides to go back over the wicket to Azhar, and he bowls a quicker one, and Azhar works this off his pads, nicely fielded by Rayan Ahmed. Short backward square. He's got a bullet throw, hasn't he, Ahmed?
Yeah,
just picks up even there, just wangs it back into the keeper, hits the gloves hard. Ackerman, 2 balls left before tea. Bowls. Azhar is forward watchfully, pushing out on the offside. 1 ball left then before the tea interval for this pair to negotiate, to have got through the session unscathed and to have extended their excellent partnership for this 3rd wicket to 254 at the moment. Azhar just takes his time, takes guard again from the umpire before this last ball before tea, which Ackerman bowls, and he's forward to it and he pushes it back up the pitch. End of the over. So outstanding session for Worcestershire. Tea is taken with them on 370 for 2. Jack Haynes is 117 not out. Azhar Ali is 130 not out. And we have had 83 overs in this inning. So in that session, 40 overs bowled, and Worcestershire going from 159 for 2 to 307 for 2. Here's the applause for the 2 Centurions now from the members in the pavilion. Brilliant session for Worcestershire. They're right on top in this game. The lead is 159, and
148 runs I make it in that session.
148 runs in 40 overs in that session. Yeah, brilliant, and really good performance. Leicestershire in need of some, recuperation, rest and a bit of inspiration during this 20-minute tea interval. They need something special in the last session if they're going to have any chance of getting back into this game whatsoever. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Thank you for being with us. We'll be back just on 4 o'clock, and do join us for the final session.
Lancashire reply are 18 for 4. I'll do that again, so I can't follow that. 18 for 4. Thank you. At Leeds, Headingley, Warwickshire made 244, Yorkshire 167 for 3. At Lords, Stirling 105% against Middlesex. At Nottingham, Derbyshire made 260, Nottinghamshire reply are 242 for 4. Second 11 T20 game.
Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to begin. After tea on the second day of this game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. Worcestershire in complete control at the moment, 307 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 148 first innings score. And the new ball has been taken, and it's going to be used by Vian Mulder at the Diglis end of the ground, and he will be bowling to Jack Haynes. 2 slips in place, he's in now, he bowls, and Haynes lets that go outside the off stump, skids through fairly low to wicketkeeper Harry Swindles behind, and there's no addition to the score. So we started late this afternoon, 10 past 1, and Worcestershire resumed on 159 for 2, and they took that on to 307 for 2 at the tea interval, which was taken at a fixed time of 20 to 4. Play now resuming just after 4 o'clock as Mulder bowls down the leg side. Wasted delivery. That one's 4 wides down the leg side, very, very wide, and the Worcestershire total goes on to 311 for 2. And this outstanding partnership continues, and it's beginning to get into record-breaking territory as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Here comes that update. Play has just begun after tea here at New Road, with Worcestershire firmly in control of this game against Leicestershire. Leicestershire have just taken the new ball in a bid to break this massive third wicket partnership between Jack Haynes and Azhar Ali. Remember, Worcestershire resuming on 159 for 2 when play eventually got underway at 10 past 1. Took that on to 307 for 2 by tea. Jack Haynes has 117, Azhar Ali has 130, and at the moment in the first over after tea, with 39 left in the day, Worcestershire 312 for 2. As Mulder comes in again and bowls, and Haynes drives off the back foot into the covers. Good diving stop actually in the covers by Lewis Hill, and the score stays on 312 for 2. 4 wides then earlier in this over. Mulder with a new ball in hand, but unable at this stage to get his direction quite right with it.
Partnership is now just 10 short of a record for Worcestershire's third wicket against Leicestershire, and only about 20 short
of the all-time.
Indeed.
Mulder bowls to Haynes, plays off the back foot. So 10 short of a record for the third wicket against Leicestershire.
Yep.
And
19 short of the overall record for any partnership
against
by
Leicestershire.
Worcestershire against Leicestershire. Yeah. And that latter record goes back to 1934.
Crikey.
The former just to 1975.
Here's Mulder from the Diglis end. Bowls to Haynes. Beautiful shot from Haynes. Whipped away through mid-wicket. Only gets a single because Barnes is out there on the boundary. But it was a lovely shot from Jack Haynes. Takes him on to 118. And brings Azhar Ali on to strike. We were already saying before this game that these two had put together 2 consecutive 100 partnerships and clearly enjoy each other's company out in the middle, and they've done even better, and 260 now as Mulder is in and bowls, and a run for Azhar Ali, clipped away to the same fielder, Barnes out on the leg side boundary. Keeps the strike. Azhar Ali, end of the first over after tea. First over with the new ball, and Worcestershire are 314 for 2.
And the ease with which these two are playing, while disconcerting and depressing as far as Leicestershire are concerned, should at least give them some hope that the wicket is now so flat that they will bat much better themselves in the second innings. There's been a certain amount of comment, obviously, among Leicester supporters about Callum Parkinson's decision to bat first yesterday. And it seems to have been on the basis that with the spinners in the side, they'd be sort of bowling last, but it obviously depends on your opponents not scoring so many runs in their first innings that they end up only batting once, as looks now pretty certain to be the case. Leicestershire likely to be batting last, whatever happens in this game. Well, umpire Warren briefly left the field, not quite sure why. He's back on now at square leg, and Chris Wright from the New Road end is bounding in and bowling to Azhar. Bowls very wide. He reaches for it, manages to get the bat down on the sort of very wide half volley and squeeze it out towards point and jog. 1. Azhar onto 132, 315 for 2. Sun behind clouds at the moment, but never far away because it is fairly broken happily at the moment. Jack Haynes just trying to get his legs moving again post tee, does a few bobs and squats and hops around, looks around him, ready to go now. Fairly conventional field as Wright is in, bowls to him outside off stump, goes a little bit wider, taken by Swindles in front of Patel at first slip, and there is no run. Still basically 39 overs and a couple of deliveries, or 38 overs and a few deliveries left to be bowled today. Right, mops his brow, or at least pushes his hair back from his brow, turns, runs in past umpire Pollard and bowls. A good delivery on off stump, or at least line and length delivery on off stump that is played back to him by Jack Haynes and flicked by Wright ineffectually at the stumps at the non-striker's end, missed them by a distance. But Parkinson picks up the ball. Azhar Ali had gone nowhere anyway. Azhar, Pollard and Parkinson having a three-way discussion of some kind. All three smiling, however, so nothing untoward. One assumes on that basis. Wright is in and bowls to Haynes, who leaves again outside of stump, just steps forward, lifts his bat calmly over the line of the ball. A couple of goals wheel overhead. The Swans were all sort of by the banks this morning when I was running down the side there. They were all they were.
Yeah.
Near where all the boats go from the boathouse on this west side of the river. Wright is in and bowls. Half forward is Haynes, gets a thick inside edge as he blocks that one out into the onside. It runs wide of Mulder at mid-wicket, out towards square leg. Haynes takes 1, moves on to 119, 316 for 2. Keeping an eye on the partnership. 269 is the key figure, or the first key figure, and that partnership was between Messrs George Cass and Tom Yardley. 269. It was an unbroken partnership, so it might have got on longer had it the opportunity. As Wright is in and bowls, Azhar leaves outside off stump, and it is taken by Swindles. End of the over, 316 for 2. That was at Grace Road in 1975.
I think it's probably Rodney Cass and Jim
G.R.
Yardley.
Cass.
Yeah, Rodney
And
Cass,
Tom
keeper, and Jim Yardley, who was known as
was
Jim
it Thomas
Yardley.
James,
Yeah.
was it, or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, both left-handers actually. Cassie, good wicket keeper.
We're showing our age here, aren't we?
Yeah, I played with
the Royal We.
I played with Rodney Cass in the in sort of Worcestershire Cricket Association sides and things like
Oh
that.
my word! So
And made wicket-keeping gloves as well. He was a ex-Shropshire man.
46 years ago.
Is Mulder bowls from the Diglis end to Haynes, who turns that through mid-wicket in front of square, wants to but won't get them because again Barnes is quickly in off that boundary, and they take the 1, which takes Haynes on to 120 and 317 for 2 now.
I don't think even you, Frank, probably played with Cyril Walters or Harold Gibbons.
No, I didn't. Doc Gibbons, Doc Gibbons, famously known as Doc, one of Worcestershire's greatest run scorers.
And was he? Or was that just a nickname?
I'm not sure why he was called Doc. It could well be that he was a doctor. Here's Mulder from the Diglis end, bowls to Azar, who plays a fairly loosish shot. He didn't move his feet much, just looking to sort of steer it away on the offside. Got a thick inside edge and it runs out on the onside. 317 for 2.
That record dates back to 1934. Yeah,
and that's the
ground.
highest for any wicket against.
For Worcestershire against Leicestershire, that's 278.
278, right.
Again, it was unbroken.
Well, here's Bjorn Mulder again, bowls from the Diglis end to Azar, who drops that down on the offside. And it's fielded by Lewis Hill, coming in from the covers.
I would imagine those records are, especially the largest, is one of the lowest for Worcestershire against another county. Most of them, the maximum partnerships is kind of over 300 these days, aren't they? But
here's Bjorn Mulder again, and in and bowls, and Azar does get a run this time, steers that down to third man. It's fielded by Rian Ahmed. Good throw in from him. Azar goes to 133, 318 for 2. Yeah, it's not the sort of thing you want when you're if you're out there and you're Callum Barkerton and you're thinking, yeah, your first game as captain, you don't really want a team to record its record ever partnership for any wicket against your county in your first game. But these things happen. It's a game of statistics in many ways, isn't it? Here's Mulder again, bowls short, good bouncer to Haynes, but he ducks underneath it, allows it through to the keeper, and there was no alarms, no danger. And these two have really, as we kept saying throughout that afternoon session, Richard, they've just been so untroubled, haven't they? It's not just been a good partnership, it's been one that's been almost without any kind of real worry.
No, blemish free, and of great concern that will be to Parkinson and Leicestershire.
There's Mulder in once more, bowls, and Haynes pushing off the back foot up to mid-on. Fielded by Wright. End of the over, 318 for 2. Haynes 120, Azar Ali 133. And the lead is now what? 170.
170, yeah.
Yeah, which is it's quite significant, isn't it? 170. It's getting serious, I think.
The partnership is 265 now, so they're only 4 away from the record, or equaling the record at any rate. One blow from Azar will do the trick. Mulder, who was at mid-wicket, is being sent to, well, he's just swapping basically with Lewis Hill, it would appear. Hill is coming up from third man to mid-wicket, where Mulder had been fielding, and Mulder is going in at the gully, so that's why Hill has a very good pair of hands. Former wicket-keeper, of course, but he does have... Oh, he is recovering from a fractured thumb, so unsurprisingly he's not going in at slip or gully. Wright is in from the New Road end, bowls to Ali, who looks to stroke the ball away into the offside, doesn't time it, might just to come back in a fraction, and ends up thick inside edge, running towards mid-on, or at least not timed anyway, off the middle of the inside part of the bat. Swindles bangs his gauntlets together behind the stumps, trying to encourage Leicestershire. Right is in and bowls. Forward goes Hazard, a delivery that leaves him just outside off stump. Lets it go through. Taken low by Swindles on the almost on the second bounce. No run. Contented murmur that stems, I suspect, not just from having sampled the Ladies' Pavilion cakes, but from the scoreboard. 318 for 2. As right turns, umpire Pollard is passed. He comes in and bowls, turned off his legs, out towards mid-wicket for 4. Beautiful piece of timing. Taken off the stumps, but with utter certainty by Azhar Allen. It runs out to deep mid-wicket for 4, and that, I believe, equals the record Worcestershire partnership for the 3rd wicket against Leicestershire. Am I correct? Is it 269?
269. Rodney Cass and Jim Yardley. Rodney Cass, I was talking about, as a wicket-keeper who I played a fair bit with, died 4 years ago, sadly. And it was his highest ever score. He got 172 not out in that game, in that partnership.
It has now been equalled. Will it be broken? Will it be beaten? In goes right and bowls. Azhar cuts out through the vacant point area, too deep point, and it is now officially a record 3rd wicket partnership for Worcestershire against Leicestershire. The record books will have to be rewritten. I'm sure that Bradders will announce as much shortly. As they close now, it having gone to 270 on the 278, a record for any partnership for Worcestershire against Leicestershire. Right is in and bowls solidly forward on off stump goes Jack Haynes and defends it out into the offside.
Is a Yorkshireman, Rodney Cass, from Wakefield. Played in the Bradford League as well. Played for Shropshire quite a bit towards the end of his career. That's when I played with him a little bit. And he also, as I say, he made wicket-keeping gloves for a local company that was more famous for boxing gloves, I think, than anything. A Worcester company.
Do you remember what sort of man he was? Was he a dour Yorkshireman, or was he a chatty?
He was a dour Yorkshireman, but he was very funny.
Often the way as right bowls on off stump, guided out towards point. Umpire Pollard has got his hand raised. It's another no ball.
And he coached cricket at Malvern College towards the end of his life, quite recently really, and used to look after the youngsters and did so for a good few years. Always a good, honest perspective on cricket, I think, from Cassie, as we used to know him.
Right turns. Runs in and bowls, and left by Ali outside the off stump. End of the over. 326 for 2. Jack Haynes 1-2-1. Azhar Ali 1-3-8. As I was saying beforehand, it may be that the pitch is now so flat that Leicestershire can have genuine ambitions still about
blocking it out,
but they're going to have to bat an awful long time to do that, and it's something for Worcestershire to think about a little bit in terms of when they make the declaration, I suppose, for Brett D'Oliveira, who'll be conscious that Leicestershire squeezed
did it
a
once,
draw last time, and he'll want to give himself time, and he's got the insurance as well, of course, of batting, another innings to come if he needs it.
Yeah. Anyway, it's Vion Mulder from the Diglis end in, bowl short to Haynes, who is swinging at that down the leg side, and there's an appeal from Swindles, but it wasn't convincing. Thinking he might just have got a bit of glove on it or a little edge on it as he swung round and missed the hook shot through to the keeper, but Haynes not very interested. And nor was the umpire. It does look flat, this pitch, now, as you were saying, and that will be in Brett D'Oliveira's mind, but
not yet.
no, I was going to say, Mulder in bowls and Haynes cuts beautifully for a single. Ahmed fields on the boundary. 122 to Haynes, 327 for 2. But you know, as you say, it's got the insurance of that innings. I mean, you know, if you get 250, 300 ahead and declare, you know, you've still got another innings if you need.
Well, exactly. You're not going to lose. You know, you're not putting yourself in danger of losing, are you?
Exactly.
It's a case of
exactly. So you know, who knows? Who knows whether he'll be adventurous or try to do it with just the one innings. Here's Mulder again in bowls, and Azhar steers this down to third man. He'll take one. He won't come back for 2 against the arm of Ahmed. He goes to 139, 328 for 2. But the other thing is, it's not as if he's got a team bowling unit sitting up in the pavilion resting its wearies after a long toiling day in the field yesterday, because they finished it off in mid-afternoon, didn't they? So they'll be raring to go.
overs.
Yeah,
That is all they bowled.
they'll be raring to go. 328 for 2. Huge partnership from these two. Mulder in to Haynes. Bowls. Haynes smashes that away on the offside. And that's 4. Timed that as well as anything he's hit in the whole game. It was short and wide. Just punched it in front of square. Raced over the boundary to the ladies' pavilion. So 4 more to Haynes. 126 for him.
What's the partnership now then?
332 for 2. Partnership is 279, I think.
So that is the record.
It's the record for
For
any
wicket.
against Leicestershire. We'll have to start looking at the record for the 3rd wicket against
any
anybody.
county.
Yeah.
That beats the record of 1934. Cyril Walters and Harold Gibbons.
Here's Mulder again, bowls, and that one sneaks through. Kept a little bit low, if anything. Definitely kept a little bit low and beat the inside edge of Haynes' bat. Tumbling stop from Swindles. Surprise all round from everybody. Not what you want to see if you're a Leicestershire batsman at this point.
No.
We've just been talking about how flat it's beginning to look.
Variable bounce would be
There was a
Worcestershire's hope
little
from
bit
here.
of that yesterday, wasn't it?
Not-
Just a
yeah,
little
not
bit. What we
too
haven't
much.
seen today that we did see yesterday is that lateral movement off the seam, isn't it? Whether that's because they haven't got enough in the right place or because it's really flat, we'll have to wait and see. Here's Mulder again, bowls, and Haynes lets that go outside the off stump end of the over. 332 for 2, and I think we're going to hear an announcement about those partnerships.
Header for Worcestershire against Leicestershire, eclipsing the 207 game by Cyril Walters and Doc Gibbons at the road in 1934.
There we go. Well, you knew that already because we told you. Doc Gibbons.
Gibbons, famous Worcestershire name.
Right, we'll continue from the new road end. 17 overs, none for 70. A handful of dust for Chris Wright so far. 2 for 68 at the other end for Mulder. Still the only wicket taker in the innings for Leicestershire. 3-3-2 for 2 as Wright turns. Runs in and bowls outside off stump, slightly short. Up on his toes is Ali, cutting it away stylishly, elegantly, without too much fuss, down towards backward point, deep backward point, where Barnes is the fielder. Single is taken. Azhar onto 140. There's a few slightly inelegant exercises, stretches his hamstrings out a bit at the non-striker's end at the moment. Right, looks at the new ball, the relatively new ball, taken after 83 overs, I think we worked out in the end. In goes Wright and bowls, slightly short outside off stump. Haynes tries to chop it away, doesn't get anything on it, and it did stay a little bit low again, this time from the new road end. Not perhaps as low as Haynes' body language suggests, but undoubtedly he expected it to rise higher than it it did. He looks around him. Maybe the pitch just starting to recover from the effects of the heavy roller that went on it between innings. In goes right and bowls. That one does sit up outside off stump, slightly short, and is therefore cut away firmly by Haynes, but they do have cover out there on the backward point boundary. Ed Barnes, who's a long way from anybody, essentially, not just on the field but in the stands as well. Two fluorescent jacketed stewards probably the nearest to him, and they are probably 30 yards away on the other side of the green seats between Barnes and the cathedral. There's also a river in between him and the cathedral. In goes right and bowls. His not bowled him. I thought he'd cut that onto the stumps. He cut it down into the ground and it bounced up into the air and missed the stumps by not very much at all. Hands started to go into the air
low again
on all sides. It did. Right, looks up to the heavens in disbelief.
And well he might. Just when you need a bit of luck, you don't get it. I mean, it did keep a bit low.
Did.
Probably an error of judgment, though, in terms of length as well from the batsman. Might well have been forward.
Did stay low. In goes right again and bowls outside off stump, and that one died a little bit into the gloves. Nothing like as dramatic as the previous delivery.
Bit of shape on that one. Albeit started a bit wide. It's odd for a new ball to keep low, isn't it? When you know it's obviously harder. You expect it to bounce more, but 2 or 3 in the last couple of overs.
Pitches are funny things, aren't they?
They certainly
But
are.
it could be the pitch and it could be the ball, of course. A combination thereof. Either way, Worcestershire won't be entirely displeased to see strange things happening. In goes right and bowls. Nothing strange about that delivery. It's straight and on the back foot. It's defended by Azhar off his stumps out into the offside. End of the over. 3-3-4 for 2. And we're coming up to updates time.
Yeah, little bit of variable bounce with this new ball, but Azhar escaping. And that little jabbed bottom edge going past the off stump in that over. And just to recap, a record partnership for the 3rd wicket against Leicestershire by these two when they passed 269 together, and now a record for any wicket against Leicestershire for Worcestershire when they passed 278. So a day to be remembered here at New Roaders. Vian Mulder comes in and bowls to Jack Haynes, who plays solidly forward out on the offside. Haynes on 127, his 3rd first class 100 and his 3rd first class 100 in 3 games. Pretty impressive form from the 21-year-old. And at the other end, Azhar Ali 140, his first 100 in Worcestershire colours, the 43rd of his career, I believe, and he's been a great partner for Jack Haynes, who is out. LBW to Vian Mulder, so the partnership is over at last. Ball pitched up, nipping back, and Haynes taken on the pad. Big shout for LBW, and he's adjudged out by umpire Russell Warren. Good delivery, nipped back from Mulder, took Haynes on the back pad, and he is gone for 127. A magnificent effort from the young man, and that record partnership is ended. I'll let you hear the applause from the members for Jack Haynes, who gets a standing ovation, and Mulder picks up his 3rd wicket of the innings. It's a long time since his 2nd, but he's got his 3rd, and Jack Haynes has gone LBW for 127, and the partnership is ended. Worcestershire 334 for 3, and the wicket falling in the 90th over. So that partnership ultimately worth, what is it, 19 short of 300, so 281 added for that third wicket, a record for Worcestershire in for any wicket against Leicestershire, a record that was previously set in the 1930s. Brett D'Oliveira is the new batsman coming out to join Azhar Ali. Ali still there on 140. D'Oliveira made 100 against Leicestershire earlier in the season in the game at the Upton Steel County Ground. 118 not out for him on that occasion, but very different circumstances now. Often the case after a big partnership that when it ends, a couple of wickets fall in succession. Worcestershire will be hoping that isn't the case. The lead is creeping up towards 200, just 186 at the moment, and they are in firm control of the game. D'Oliveira will want to get himself in, want to keep things ticking over. Don't think we'll see Leicestershire out there again until tomorrow with the bat, but Worcestershire will know that if the decoration comes at whatever point, they've got the insurance of a fourth innings if they need it. If Leicestershire were to overhaul Worcestershire's whatever lead Worcestershire establish before being dismissed in their second innings. Here's Mulder in bright sunshine to bowl to D'Oliveira. First ball for the Worcestershire skipper, and he lets it go outside the off stump, and it nips back, having passed the stumps, and is taken by Swindle's outside leg stump. Really, in the end, it moved back after it had passed the stumps quite considerably. So a bit of movement for Mulder with this new ball. That ball nipping back and taking Haynes on the back pad to trap him LBW, but a brilliant effort from the Worcestershire youngster. 127 made off 230 balls with 17 fours and a 6. Here's Mulder again into D'Oliveira, and he lets that go again outside the off stump.
Getting a bit of movement back in, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of movement. That's what happened with the wicket as well. Yeah, nipped back, took him on the back pad. But it was a brilliant effort from Haynes. Partnership of 281 for that third wicket. But Mulder has kept at it, and he's the only wicket taker. He's got 3 in this innings, albeit fairly expensively, 3 for 68. He's in his 18th. He's in now and he bowls, and D'Oliveira's off the mark, just turning this one on the leg side. Runs the first one quickly, but Barnes is the fielder and they can't cut back for 2. So he just takes the single, and it's 335 for 3.
D'Oliveira 118 not out at Grace Road earlier this season.
Yeah, just mentioned that as he walked out. Yeah, sorry you were next door doing your update, but yeah, 118 not out. Very good innings. Very measured.
Yeah.
Very controlled. And his first innings as captain of the side, quite an impressive effort. Here's Mulder into Azhar Ali, who's forward to that, pushes into the covers, and there is no run. Here comes that update. Still a wonderful day for Worcestershire. They have lost a wicket. Jack Haynes out eventually for 127 off 230 balls. He hit 17 fours and a 6, and he shared in a partnership of 281 for the third wicket with Azhar Ali. That's the highest partnership for Worcestershire against Leicestershire for any wicket in history, beating a record set way back in the 1930s. So a record-breaking day for Worcestershire. They're in complete control of this game, replying to Leicestershire's 148. Azhar Ali on 140, Brett D'Oliveira on 1. Worcestershire are 335 for 3.
Chris Wright then from the new road end of the ground with a new batsman to bowl at for the first time for a long time. 2 slips, well 3 slips really, first, second and fourth, as Wright goes in and bowls. Lifts his bat over the line of the ball and then walks away, having indicated with his hand that there was a little bit of movement there for right. The lacquer will be coming off the ball now, off the seam. So Leicestershire will be hoping that where one wicket has come, another one or two will quickly follow. They are getting a little bit of movement they simply did not get with the old ball. Right is in and bowls, turned off his legs nicely by D'Oliveira, down to fine leg for 4. Or did it just come off the thigh pad? It just came off the thigh pad. Looked as though he'd just managed to get a little inside edge onto that one, help it on its way. He didn't. The result is the same. 4 runs to the Worcestershire cause, 339 for 3. Mulder's figures now 3 for 69 with that third wicket, his best for Leicestershire. Umpire Pollard says, hang on a second, the bails have blown off? Was he just using a bail to mark his guard? Previously best, his previous best was 2 for 49. That was last time out against Sussex. So perhaps Mulder just beginning to find his way. In goes right and bowls. Good line and length. Draws D'Oliveira forward into a defensive press. Back down the pitch on the offside. And there's no run. Sun comes back out at the ground. Still plenty of wind around. Strong breeze. Cool breeze from the west as well. A few people, not compared to yesterday, where all the Worcestershire ambassadors were being looked after, but still a good few people in front of the hospitality marquee alongside the ladies' pavilion. As right is in and bowls. Half forward is D'Oliveira, thick inside edge. The ball runs out towards square leg. Hill is in pursuit, running across from mid-wicket, and the single is taken. D'Oliveira just rehearses the push. He's been sitting either in the dressing room or on the balcony, or a combination thereof, with his pads on for an awful long time, one way or another. Leans on his bat and watches now as Azar, on 140, waits for Wright to finish adjusting his field. He says to the man at 4th slip, Mulder, to go into genuine gully now, and he's also got he's got square leg back on the boundary now, or mid-wicket back on the boundary. No one at all close on the square, on the onside, saving one, other than Parkinson, who's at a very straight mid-on, and to whom, off the back foot, Azar pushes that delivery. And points Parkinson away to his right, not quite sure why. Wright wanders rather than marches back to his mark, awaiting the arrival of the ball, which is now with him, still glinting in the sun. And the maker's name. As Wright runs in and bowls outside off stump, and allowed to go through by Azar into the gloves of Swindles. And we should have said, of course, that wicket means Leicestershire now are on the board with a bonus point.
Yeah, they have one to Worcestershire's 6, and they've at least got something to take from the game. Can't think that even in their wildest dreams they hope for getting anything more than a draw out of it. But
No.
they've got to stick at it. They've got to show some resolve, haven't they? Parkinson will be. Well, he'll have said that at tea, I'm sure. I'll say it again tonight, I dare say. As Mulder comes in to bowl to D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira is forward, pushes back to the bowler. 340 for 3. 1 wicket all day. Although we didn't start till 1:10, it must be said. 31 overs left in the day after this.
Yeah, so
So yeah, going to be 6:30 again, I would have thought, isn't it?
Maybe a bit later, Leicestershire.
The weather does seem to be set fair now. As Mulder comes in again. Balls to D'Oliveira, lets that go outside the off stump. Good leave. Again, movement back after it passed the stumps. By the time it reached Swindell's gloves, it was outside leg. But most of that movement after it had passed the stumps, and D'Oliveira knew where his off stump was. Goes for a little stroll, a little pat of the pitch.
Lead 192 now. Could be well over 300 by the close.
Mulder in. Balls. D'Oliveira edges for 4. Down to third man. Some degree of control of the shot. Played it with soft hands, and it wasn't all along the ground, but it was down off the edge of the bat and raced down to third man boundary. Clattered into the boundary boards down in front of us. You may well have heard the contact on our effects microphone. And D'Oliveira goes to 6. 344 for 3 then Worcestershire. Good scoring rate. Only in the 92nd over. Certainly be hoping they can reach 400 before 110 overs, you would have thought. Mulder is in again and bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward, pushing firmly to extra cover. Stiffer breeze now, I think, than at any point during the game. Looking at the trees over towards the cathedral, all more than gently moving, and that sheet on the Basil D'Oliveira stand that acts as a sight screen is also being disturbed quite significantly by the breeze as Mulder moves in towards us. Right arm over, bowls to D'Oliveira, drops this down on the onside. Initially sets off quite eagerly for a potential single, but then realises that Chris Wright is closing in quickly from mid-on, and therefore it would be foolish to take a risk, particularly with Azhar Ali, who is not only a veteran in terms of age, but has also been out there for a long time. 140 not out, he's faced 251 balls, stretching his hamstring at one stage earlier in the afternoon. We thought he might have had a bit of a twinge, but he seems to be okay. Here's Mulder again into D'Oliveira, plays defensively back to the bowler, end of the over. 344 for 3 Worcestershire. The lead is nearing 200, 196 now. D'Oliveira is 6, Azhar is 140. One man out today, Jack Haynes for 127, made off 230 balls with 17 fours and a 6.
As we've been saying, his 3rd century in as many games. He'll be sorry. He'll play T20, will he? Or is he?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I was going to say he'll be sorry to see a break in red ball cricket. He's in such good form, but he'll equally be hopeful and confident of taking that form into white ball cricket. Different demands, though. Wright, who won't play T20 cricket, he's due for a break, so they can bowl him into the ground essentially, and he goes and bowls short, and beautiful control from Azhar as he swivels and just pulls it around the corner. Lots of time, keeps it on the ground, of course, all the way down to deep square. Jogs the single, moves on to 141. 345 for 3. 192. No, 197. The lead. Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's new bowling coach, walks around the boundary as Wright goes in and bowls and almost chops on there. Brett D'Oliveira, it was short outside off stump. It wasn't quite as far wide as he thought it was going to. Indicates that it perhaps bounced a fraction more than he thought it was going to. Chopped it down into the ground by his feet. Partly onto his pads as well, possibly. Right, striving away. Didn't bowl particularly well this morning. bit more interested now, if you like. Goes in and bowls, line and length on off stump. Forward goes D'Oliveira, and again with his right hand indicates he thought there was a little bit of movement there for Chris Wright. Two slips and a gully, single saving field otherwise, plus long leg. As Wright is in and bowls very wide to D'Oliveira, steps forward and leaves his bat raised, steps across, leaves his bat raised. The bright sunshine, a contrast with the many dark clouds that are above the ground or away to the south. Dramatic effect. Snappers will be busy, I'm sure. The cathedral beautifully illuminated at the moment. The new leaves on the trees, different colour with the breeze on their undersides as Wright goes in and bowls again, wide outside off stump. Again D'Oliveira can step forward and let it go through, understandably taking his time, having a good look. Still 30 overs left to be bowled after this one. Wright sends mid-wicket Hill back to the boundary, leaves the big gap in the onside. They would rather, I'm sure, bowl at D'Oliveira than Azhar Ali at the moment. The whites of the players fluttering and blowing in the breeze, and indeed a bail has just blown off as well, so we can say it's not so much a breeze now as a strong wind. Wright, with the wind sort of blowing across him rather than behind him, goes in and bowls down the leg side. D'Oliveira tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it. End of the over from Chris Wright. Score 3-4-5 for 3. The lead still therefore 197.
And Chris Wright's figures now: 20 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 74. Still the only wicket taker in the innings, Bjorn Mulder. 19 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 73, and he's going to carry on from the Diglis end. 30 overs left in the day. Let's try and imagine what Worcestershire will be thinking. 345, Leeds nearing 200, another 30 overs, another 100, quite easy without scoring too quickly, I would imagine, if they're thinking about 300 at the close. Is Mulder in, bowls, and Azhar is forward, pushing out on the offside for a single. Goes to 142, 346 for 3, so you think lunch tomorrow maybe, be 400 ahead,
Little
and
dark
give
before
yourself
lunch
5
maybe.
sessions, little dark before lunch maybe, 5 sessions. Got to be fancying your chances of winning the game in that time, I would imagine. That will be the sort of thinking that is going through Brett D'Oliveira's head, or it may be a little bit more short term than that. See what happens in the next hour and go after that. Here's Mulder in again, bowls to D'Oliveira, who is on the back foot, pushing defensively out on the offside. And there's no run.
Interesting to compare. We're getting speed gun speeds at the moment on the feed, and interesting to compare them. Wright sort of bowling just under 80, about sort of 78, 79. Mulder a couple of miles an hour slower, 76-ish, 77-ish. Neither express, obviously.
And they're coming up in miles an hour, are they? That's quite good. I like
Which is
that.
helpful.
I always struggle with the kilometres
Yes, the
when I'm watching
130s.
overseas
Yeah.
coverage. D'Oliveira gets a single, tucking this one off his legs, and he goes to 7. I always find myself doing a little divide by 10 and then by 6, because of thinking of doing 10k runs and thinking it's about 6 miles, isn't it? And
Yeah, about 6.2 or
That's
something,
that's
isn't it?
the way I always find
10K.
myself trying to do it. And by the time I've worked it out, they've bowled another one.
Yes,
So
indeed.
347 for 3 then here. And Vion Mulder to bowl to Azhar Ali, who lets that go outside the off stump. Bit of a groan from somebody behind, but I don't know why, because it started about 18 inches wide of off stump and carried on in exactly the same line.
It's Rishi Patel. He does it after every single delivery.
Oh,
just
he's
about.
left it. Azhar Ali pretty much untroubled today. That one little bottom edge past the stumps. Don't think he's played and missed. A model of concentration. Taps the bat in the crease and waits now as Mulder comes in and bowls. And he edges, actually. Nearly did him, didn't I? But it bounced short of Ackerman at second slip and was snapped up pretty cleanly by the fielder. 347 for 3 it remains. I had the pleasure of watching Cheteshwar Pujara make 100 here the other day for Sussex, and again it struck me how measured and controlled he was in everything he did. And he's this particular habit that we picked up on in the box of checking his grip, it seems, between every delivery that he faces. Just break off as Mulder bowls again to Ali. He pushes out on the offside for a single, and Pujara just stood as the bowler reached the end of his run up and just held his bat in front of him and just examined his grip as if to check that having his hands in exactly the right position on the handle was crucial, and then took guard. Now it's all just part of that mental approach to batting, a kind of like a pre-shot routine for a golfer. And he just did it all the time and maintained that consistency and balance of approach throughout his innings. It was a fantastic example. 348 for 3 at the end of the over with that single. Azhar Ali has kept the strike. He's 143 and Brett D'Oliveira is 7, and still the only man out today, Jack Haynes, for 127. And the only wicket taker today, Vion Mulder, who also took 2 yesterday and has taken all 3 to fall in this innings, and his figure so far 20 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 76.
And the lead now exactly 200. Just from the match's point of view, Worcestershire lost a few more wickets, extending the lead to there. Could have been interesting. Right, continues from the New Road end, bowls outside off stump. The ball is allowed to continue on its way without being hit by Azhar Ali. Just stepped across, raised his bat, let it go through to Swindles. I won't mind Worcestershire if Leicestershire waste a few deliveries with the new ball. Let's get a little bit of wear and tear into it. It is, I think, now 11 overs old. They didn't take it immediately. Leicestershire's right is in. Pleasant back foot forcing shot from Azhar, who stood up tall, punched it away into the offside, but on the bounce to Ben Mike in the covers. And there's no run. 5 down here, says Callum Parkinson, adding a couple to the score, as is the way with county cricketers. Right, would be delighted with 1. In he goes, and bowls, turned away nicely towards deep mid-wicket by Azhar from around about middle and leg. Patel's hands started to go into the air. He plays that shot with such certainty, really, that Wright is just turning and walking back to his ground. He looks, again, there's laughter there between Parkinson and Wright. He's got through his work today. And yesterday, Chris Wright into his 21st over. He and Mulder have shouldered the majority of the burden. In he goes, and bowls outside off stump, movement away, but started wide, went wider. As I let it, D'Oliveira let it go through. Just one more run to get the extra another batting bonus point. How are we doing? 95 overs, so still plenty of time to get the maximum, really. A maximum bonus point return and a potential 24-point win if Worcestershire can this time enforce victory. Nice shape to that one. The D'Oliveira left as it swung. In goes right, bowls again to him. A wristy turn of the ball off middle leg down towards long leg, and that is the 350. Rahan Ahmed is the fielder. Worcester's 350 has come up off 94.5 overs. Dominated by that mammoth partnership between Azhar Ali, who's still there on 144, Jack Haynes, the only man dismissed today, a leg before wicket to Vian Mulder for 127, 281. And if you're just joining us, that is a record for Worcestershire against Leicestershire for any wicket. Right is in, bowls slightly short down the leg side, tries to swing it on its way. Azhar doesn't get anything on it, I suspect. Not taken cleanly, a bye is signalled, not taken cleanly by Swindles, diving away to his left. Got a good glove to it, but couldn't catch the ball, and it ran a few yards behind him. Pats on the back for Chris Wright, which rather implies that his bowling might be done for now. We shall see. 351 for 3 with that extra. 23 extras. The majority, of course, no balls.
A few scores from elsewhere. Somerset against Hampshire at Taunton. Somerset made 211. Hampshire are 95 for 1 in reply. So going well there. At Northampton, Kent 440 for 7 as Mulder bowls to Ali, who steers this down to third man for a single. Kent 440 for 7 then against Northants, having been put into bat. Warwickshire made 244 against Yorkshire at Headingley, and Yorkshire are 226 for 3 in reply, so the Tykes in good shape there. Durham 350 all out at Lords against Middlesex. Middlesex 4 without loss. And in the big one at Trent Bridge, the East Midlands derby, Derbyshire 260. Notts now ahead, 270 for 6 in reply. Just break off as Mulder comes into bowl to D'Oliveira, and he turns this on the leg side for a single. Finally, Lancashire in big trouble at Old Trafford against Essex. Essex 391, Lancashire 32 for 5. So 359 runs behind with only 5 wickets remaining in that first innings. So Lancashire in a bit of trouble at home against Essex, having been in the field for a long time. Here with that single, it's 353 for 3. Worcestershire leading by 205 as Mulder bowls to Azhar Ali, who is 145 not out, his highest score for Worcestershire, his first 3-figure score for Worcestershire, and a very calm, patient and trouble-free innings it has been. Remember, he shared that outstanding partnership of 281 with Jack Haynes for the third wicket. Here's Mulder once more. Bangs this one in short at Ali, clears his head by about a foot as it loops through tennis ball style to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Feel free to get in touch with us if you'd like to. On Twitter, I'm at FrankWatson58, and Richard has a designated Leicestershire cricket Twitter feed, which is at FoxesCricket22. That's at FrankWatson58 for me, and at FoxesCricket22 for Richard. Mulder in again, bowls, and Ali just drops this down on the onside. A little bit of movement back in, maybe didn't bounce as much as he thought it might. Took a hand off the bat as he just turned it away on the leg side. But no alarms really for the experienced Pakistani test player. 264 balls he's faced for his 145. Jack Haynes faced 230 for his 127. they kept each other company and kept pace with each other pretty much throughout the day. Haynes began with a bit of a flurry this morning. Well, I should say this afternoon. We didn't start till 1:10. Mulder bowls, and Azar steers this down to third man. He'll take one, won't come back for two because Rayan Ahmed is quickly round from backward point, and he has a very strong arm. Picked up left-handed, flicks the ball into his right and returns to the keeper. And they take just the single, which means that Azar moves on to 146 and the total to 356 for three, and the lead to 208. And we've still got 27 overs left in the day after this one, which Vian Mulder will complete with this ball. He comes into D'Oliveira and bowls outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Swindles standing back, and that is the end of Mulder's over. 21 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 81. His figures, which aren't too bad in the context of the game, but it's the lack of wickets that have sort of hampered Leicestershire. They've not been, I wouldn't say they've been profligate, I wouldn't say they've been economical, but they've just been picked off, really, you would feel, by the Worcestershire batsmen throughout this innings. And Chris Wright still continuing at the New Road end. 21 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 76, his figures. Comes in now and bowls to Azar, who tucks him away on the offside for a single, square of the wicket. Takes him on to 147 and the total to 357 for three. Update for FM listeners now. Worcestershire continuing to build their lead over Leicestershire. It now stands at 209. One man out today, Jack Haynes, LBW, to the persevering South African Vian Mulder for 127 after adding 281 for the third wicket with Azar Ali. Azar Ali is still there, his first 100 for Worcestershire, and he's gone on to make it a big one. He's 147 not out at the moment. Brett D'Oliveira is on 9. We've got 26 overs left in the day after this one, and at the moment in the 97th over, Worcestershire are 357 for 3. As this one is allowed through by D'Oliveira to the wicketkeeper Swindles behind the stumps. So a position of great strength for Worcestershire, a lead of 209, and Chris Wright from the New Road end in bowls. D'Oliveira lets that go outside the off stump again, and it's taken by Swindles. Parkinson applauds, not quite sure what he's applauding. He and First Slip is responding.
Big smile on his face.
And there's a bit more applause.
Lots
Well,
of smiles.
Keep
everywhere.
smiling, keep smiling, keep cheerful. It's the best way to be. Not bad playing cricket for a living, whatever the circumstances, but he'd smile a bit more if he could pick up another wicket or two, get a little bit of control back, I'm sure, as Wright comes in and bowls, and D'Oliveira's on the back foot, pushing out on the offside. And again, no run is taken. 77 miles an hour, nothing terrifying about the pace of these bowlers with the new ball, and it's all been just too easy for Worcestershire, hasn't it, today, really? If you're a Leicestershire supporter, coach, captain, whatever, just haven't asked enough questions of the batsman. Chris Wright, he'll know that too. Moves in again, a great trier, bowls, and D'Oliveira just turns this one away on the leg side for a single through mid wicket. Comfortably played by him, and again just in the high 70s in terms of speed. Just looking at the feed, 358 for 3 with that one. D'Oliveira goes into double figures, he's 10, and The lead goes up to 210. Chris Wright has a word with Parkinson as he gets to the end of his run, and they have a little giggle. So spirits are reasonably high, it would seem, out there for Leicestershire. Rice is in again, he bowls, and that's beautifully driven by Azar. He's only going to get a single because there's a tumbling stop at mid-off by Azad, I think, but beautiful shot from Azar. Elegance personified. He keeps the strike. 148 now to him. 359 for 3.
Do you want to see him past 150 or? No, not just 150.
A mere bagatelle.
The two batsmen have a chat in mid-wicket, touch gloves, as are having kept the strike, of course. There's lots of smiling going on out there, the two batsmen and the fielders. And the sun has left us for now, and it might be a while before we see it again. The darker clouds have just begun to close in, as in goes Mulder, edged by Azar, but again he manages to play with soft sort of hands, and the ball bounces quite a long way short of Ackerman, who gestures helplessly at Mulder or Parkinson. You know, he can't get much closer, in all fairness, Ackerman. He is very close to the bat of Azar Ali, given the pace at which Mulder is bowling, which is about sort of mid to late 70s, 75, 76. For the South African, who is in and bowling. He's reaching for that one, Azar, but managing to guide it down towards wide third man, where Rahan Ahmed, who hasn't been in the game for an hour or so, or doesn't feel to have been too involved, manages to get his throw away and keep Azar down to a single. He moves on to 149, 360 for 3. The lead 212. Speculating on BBC Radio Leicester what sort of lead Worcestershire would have by the end of the day. Certainly it looks likely to be over 300 as Ben Mike begins to warm up. Mulder is in, bowls to D'Oliveira, who leaves, big leave, lifts the bat very high and very deliberately over the line of the ball, but then rehearses a crashing cut through the offside. Been longish spells for Mulder and Wright with the new ball. They'd have hoped for at least one more wicket, I suspect, with it. May yet produce a couple. Mulder is in and bowls. Back foot defensive push by D'Oliveira, but guided well. I'm not doing him but justice there. I think he was sort of semi in control of that, pushed well wide of Hill, who'd been brought into the gully, and it runs down to third man for 4. Was I doing him injustice, do you think?
I think he knew what he was doing.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
Then he picks up a boundary and moves on to 14, 364 for 3. Ben Mike continues to warm up in the covers. Mulder is in. 2 D'Oliveira edges just short of Lewis Hill at almost 4th slip Hill. Wide third slip. The slips can't get much closer. Swindles wanders out and indicates where the ball
Go
landed.
stand there just on the corner of that cup bit there.
They're getting closer and closer, aren't they? Ackerman and Hill. Previously fractured thumb notwithstanding, they still moving the slips. Swindles indicates to Hill just to come a bit closer. He's at a fairly conventional.
Yeah,
Really is close now, aren't they? All 3 of them. In goes Mulder and bowls edge wide of first slip, inside first slip, between the wicketkeeper and first slip, at a catchable height, at a heck of a rate, stuck out his left hand, Rishi Patel, and it flies down to the third man boundary for 4. Well, almost a long stop boundary. I suppose you'd say that, strictly speaking, Swindles might have flung himself at that one, but it was really travelling. It might have brushed the fingers of Patel. He's not shaking his left hand. Whether he got anything on it, I don't know. Mulder can't believe his ill fortune. That was a genuine edge, and
Yeah.
it went for 4.
There's conventional wisdom in cricket, isn't there? And I did mention this yesterday, that if your first slip should be close to your keeper. You should not have a big gap between the two, and your second slip alongside, and so on. And we've seen them experimenting with these different things, and it's easy to say it from here and so on, but that gap was too big between first slip and keeper. That's where they tend to go. I think most catches go to second, I think. But if the ball's only doing a little bit, you're more likely to get a catch at first and second, I always think. It's a more extravagant movement will take it to second. And I think he's just too wide. I mean, it's one of those things that doesn't always work out that way, but a lot of old and wise cricket brains will tell you that if your first slip there should not be anything going between first and the keeper. And I still think he's too wide now, looking at it at the far end there. But anyway, they paid the price, and it's gone to the boundary. 368 for 3, and poor old Mulder, he had one bounce just short, one gone to the boundary. Not very happy. Ben Mike is into the attack for the first time with this new ball, bowling from the new road end. He's bowled mainly from the Diglis end in this innings, only in his 12th over. He has been quite expensive. Gone for 56 so far with 2 maidens. But as you said earlier this afternoon, Richard, he does have the knack of bowling wicket-taking deliveries. Can be a little bit expensive. Just changing the field, bringing his deep backward square leg a bit squarer, and he comes in to bowl now to Azar, and bangs this one in just short of a length on off stump, and Azar stands up tall and pushes it out on the offside. 82 miles an hour that one, according to the speed gun. So a little bit more pace, but 82, although it's quick, is not super quick, and against batsmen of this calibre and standing on a pitch that has been pretty docile, no great threat in terms of pace. And this next one is too full, driven nicely by Azar through mid-off, and he gets a round of applause. He brings up his 150, so he's turned his first 100 for Worcestershire into 150, and he's faced 272 balls and hit 13 fours. And the announcement of that: 150, 272 balls, 13 fours. And for me, I think it's the kind of consistency of the pace of these innings that has been most impressive. He just seems to have been in sort of third gear all the way through. Pushes this next one up to mid-off. Chris Wright does the fielding. He's just been calm, controlled, measured. Just a perfect innings from your number 3, really. Very, very impressive. 151 not out. 370 for 3. Then Mike turns again to bowl to Azar. Bowls, and Azar drives with nice shot, but well fielded by Mike. Lithe young man, gets down quickly. Had he missed it, Mike, I think that probably would have gone straight to the boundary behind the bowler, because he timed it nicely. But good piece of fielding off his own bowling. He's a good athlete, isn't he, Ben?
Yeah,
Mike?
he is. Yes, absolutely.
Strikes the ball well. Nice, loose-limbed run-up and action, and good in the field. Stands now, end of his run-up. Number 8 on his back, moving away from us. Right arm over the wicket, past the umpire, Paul Pollard, bowls, and it doesn't get much better than that, does it? It was a half volley, to be fair, but Azar just stroked it through extra cover. Beautiful. Didn't need to run, didn't need to call, just stroked elegantly through extra cover off the front foot. Meat and drink to a player like him. It's the sort of one that I always say where it wouldn't matter whether you were 100 for 5 or 374 for 3. You bowl that ball to Azhar Ali, he would hit it for 4 in exactly the same way. It's a stimulus response. Just half volley, off stump. Yes, that's what I do. Stroked through the covers. Lovely shot. 155 now to Azhar. 374 for 3 Worcestershire.
Has to be said, it wasn't half in the slot.
It was. Oh yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. You've still got to play the shot,
and
he did exquisitely.
I mean, there've been some great cover drivers around the world, but that's as good as anything.
Mulder gets another over. He bowls to D'Oliveira, who is forward, right in the middle of the bat. That defensive shot off stump out into the offside. Where are the slips standing for this Mulder over? How close? How wide? There are discussions going on. Much joviality out there at the moment. Hill is at third. Ackerman is at second. Patel is standing in a fairly conventional first slip position now. Had he been there last ball of the previous Mulder over, that would have hit him in the chest, that chance. Now there is still the gap there though. In goes Mulder, bowls, and it's just from this angle it looks fairly close, doesn't it?
That is too wide. If you look on that, that's a big gap, isn't it, there, between the keeper and first. If you look on, as you say, from where we are at third man, you can't quite judge it, but if you look at the stream, and most of the people that are listening to us will be watching that, in my opinion, that gap between keeper and first slip is too wide.
If the keeper is not instinctively going for it to his right.
But if he's moving to his left because the ball's nipped back or whatever.
Mulder is in to D'Oliveira, defends it out into the offside, then suddenly takes a couple of steps as though there might be a quick single in it as he sees it rolling gently towards Parkinson, but Parkinson reacts quickly. Azhar not really one for quick singles, I suspect, certainly not when he's been out there as long as he has. 275 balls he's faced for his 155.
I've noticed that the Worcestershire slip call this year, and I've talked about this for a while, because they've had to reform it, as it were, after losing. Ricky Vessels was always at first slip last year, Darryl Mitchell was always at second. They've changed it.
Mulder in, bowls, leaves D'Oliveira outside off stump.
This year we've tended to have Ed Pollock at first and Jack Haynes at second and Ed Barnard at third, and they've stood quite close together and also quite steeply angled as well. It's clearly something that they've worked on over the winter, and so far they've caught really well. I'm not a massive fan personally of what Leicester have done in this game, which is maybe had a first slip and a fourth slip and a second and a fifth or whatever.
Mulder in, bowls, back foot defensive shot from D'Oliveira. It's sneaking back towards him, pushed out towards Mike in the covers. In fairness, under normal normally it's fairly conventional. I think they've been sort of driven to it by desperation as much as anything. The sort of lack of penetration on a flat pitch, and with the bowlers, they've tried all sorts of different things, but it cost them in Mulder's previous over, that is for sure. Patel has his hands in his pockets at first, or 1.5 slips, whatever we're going to call him. In goes Mulder and bowls. Forward goes D'Oliveira, and having pushed the defensive shot out into the offside, nods at Mulder for what was a fairly respectable over, and kept him honest. The Worcestershire skipper, a rare thing, a maiden in this innings. We've had exactly 100 overs in it. Worcestershire 374 for 3, so the run rate you will have worked out, still not much less than 4, which gives D'Oliveira so many options despite the number of overs that we have lost, which aren't, if we get the remaining 23, won't be that many, really. 16, no. And we play extra overs tomorrow as well, by the way. So it could be 104 overs tomorrow. I think we can pick up another 8 tomorrow.
So despite not starting until 1:10 today, we won't really have lost a great deal out of the game.
It's got a bit dark, hasn't it? But there's still some blue coming, so we'll be fine.
I think we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Here's Ben Mike from the New Road End in to bowl to Azhar, who plays a loose one at that, slightly flat-footed. It was wide and it went wider, and he threw his hands at it. It would have taken some catching, but possibly first signs of tiredness.
Just thinking that, yeah,
Just
just first lapse in concentration, isn't it? Almost.
Entitled to be tired. He's been there for over a day.
Yes.
276. I suppose not quite over a day because he had his feet up this morning, didn't he? But even so, 276 balls. Here's Mike in. Bowls to Hazard, gets a single, steers this out
Two,
on the offside.
should be two
Won't
now.
come back for two. Might have done a few years ago.
Yes.
But Ed Barnes coming in off the cover boundary keeps him to a single. 157, 156 to Hazard, 375 for 3. The total. One thing that interested me this morning is that as soon as the rain stopped, or the drizzle stopped, and the outfield wasn't really that wet, and the covers
No.
were still on, but he was out there with Alan Richardson, the bowling coach, having some throwdowns over on the far side. Not out overnight, waiting for the rain, wanted to have a hit. A real pro, I think. As Ben Mike is in, hits D'Oliveira on the pads, shout for LBW. Not a bad shout, looking at the replay, probably just drifting down, but not the worst. Not as hopeful as it might have looked at one stage, but no response from umpire Pollard. Score remains 375 for 3. But I like to see that, somebody who's played as much as Hazard and all over the world. Goodness knows how many tens of thousands of cricket balls he's hit, but recognises that that's what he needs to do to prepare himself. Mike in, bowls, full. D'Oliveira steers out on the offside. Bit of a way swing for Mike, bit of shape on it. Pushed out square.
Talked about bowling speeds. Mike's are coming in at about 83 miles an hour,
yeah.
and he is the quickest
Yeah.
of the Leicestershire seamers.
Yeah. Going to be a change. Parkinson just giving a wave to Barnes, I think,
up,
to
but yeah,
have
I
a
think
ball at the Diglis end.
He only gave Mulder an extra over because he got
Yeah.
those edges, but
Here's Mike in again. Balls, and D'Oliveira flicking at this one down the leg side. Annoyed with himself because he's missed out on it. Probably would have only got a single down to long leg. But Mike, a little bit here, there, everywhere in this over. Been a couple of good ones, bit of a way shape. One wide, one outside the off stump, and that one down the leg side. Lack of consistency.
even song, we think. The bells are
Yeah.
chiming around
Yeah,
this time,
same
20
time
past.
again. Yeah.
25 past.
Here comes, bit of a change in the field as Lewis Hill goes out to deep backward square by the marquee. It's about 5 yards, 6 yards in from the boundary. Just having a little walk back, maybe only 3 yards in now. And Mike, will he bounce D'Oliveira or is it a bluff? He comes in, last ball of the over. He bangs it in just short of a length and D'Oliveira tucks it away. On the leg side for a single. Parkinson Fields, end of the over, 376 for 3. D'Oliveira keeps the strike, he's on 19. Azhar Ali still there, 156 not out.
Well, we said Ed Barnes was coming on. We were wrong. Mulder will continue. They've wound him up. And he isn't playing T20 either, so he's going to get a break after this game. He said he was available, but Leicestershire expected to make an announcement shortly about the two T20 overseas players. It's supposed to be Naveen or Hack, and as far as I'm aware, still will be. Top wicket taker in the competition last season. The Afghan will be rejoining Leicestershire. Supposed to be joined by another Afghan, Gurbaz, as Mulder is in, bowls straight and straight back defensive shot, slightly angled out into the offside by D'Oliveira. But it may or may not be the case that Gurbaz now may not be able to come. We shall see, and if not, his announcement is expected to be replaced this week. A batter, of course. We await developments. Mulder turns in and bowls, but very close to front pad from D'Oliveira as he leans forward, defends that one out again into the offside. 77 mph for Mulder. Barnes has come into mid-wicket for the South African now from the boundary as Mulder is in, bowls and turned towards mid-on, slightly wide of mid-on by D'Oliveira. Right walks towards the ball knowing there's nothing he can do to prevent the single that D'Oliveira has just taken. Moves on to 20, 377 for 3, the lead up to 229. Most unlikely to want a little dart tonight, Brett D'Oliveira. He will just bat and, as Frank said, probably thinking in terms of most of tomorrow morning as well, if not all tomorrow morning. In goes Mulder, bowls outside off stump, carved away by Azhar in front of square on the offside. Rehan Ahmed gets quickly across to the ball and gets his throw away. It's a little bit short, the throw. Swindles comes running out and dives to catch the ball on the full, but by getting the throw away quickly, he kept the batsmen in their grounds. Single to Azhar moves on to 157, 378 for 3. We're going to get a Mitchell fact.
Well, we are, but only because I've received a tweet from
Mulder
somebody.
is in, back foot defensive shot from D'Oliveira into the offside.
Received a tweet from BBC News correspondent Phil Mackey, who says, enjoying the commentary from a sweltering Washington DC. Very pleased for Jack Haynes. When was the last time a Worcestershire CCC batter hit 100 in 3 consecutive games? And the answer is 2017, and it was Daryl Mitchell. So I was just looking to see if I could find the details of it.
There was one of them against Leicestershire. It usually is. Usually involved somewhere. In goes Mulder and bowls. Forward again goes D'Oliveira, getting to the pitch of the ball, blocking it out into the offside, picked up by Ben Mike, and that is it for Vihan Mulder, who's getting congratulated by most of his teammates. It's been a fairly mammoth effort by him with the new ball. It was rewarded with the wicket of Jack Haynes, leg before wicket for 127. That, the only joy that Leicestershire have had so far today. Worcestershire 378 for 3, having begun the day on 159 for 2. Consequence being that they now lead by 230. Were we involved?
Not sure.
Oh.
I haven't actually got it to hand yet, but yeah, I don't think so actually. Here's Ben Mike from the New Road End, bangs this one in short to us. So that's a wonderful hook shot. That really is a wonderful hook shot. Swivelling shot, sort of pivoting round, rolled his wrists, and although there's 2 men out on the leg side boundary, it bisected them and raced away down to the boundary by the hospitality tent. So 4 to Azhar, 161 now to him, and Ben Mike paying the price for dropping short and not really quick enough to bowl that length to a batsman of the capabilities of Azhar Ali. Just such control about that shot. Excellent stuff. Mike trying to rectify that situation. In again, bowls, better length, and a little bit nonplussed by this one. Azhar just pushed at it, got a thickish inside edge behind square on the leg side, picks up a single nonetheless, and well, I'll tell you what he goes to in a minute because the scoreboard's gone blank. There he goes to 162, 383 for 3. And D'Oliveira on strike on 20. Has been less assured, as you would expect. Hasn't been there that long. He's faced 47 deliveries. Edged 1 at catchable height through between keeper and first slip. Waits as Mike moves in to bowl to him, and he drives nicely up to mid-off. Well fielded by Chris Wright. Moving to his left. It's impressive when a guy who's been toiling away out there like Chris Wright has. 22 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 79. Not all of them today. Makes a save like that running across to his right from mid-off. Good effort. And giving his all for the cause, Chris Wright. Ben Mike in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira goes back and looks to cut this away on the offside. Didn't move his feet at all, and I don't think it bounced quite as much as he expected to. He's just playing the shot again and again now in a sort of post-shot rehearsal as they went through to Swindles behind the stumps. 383 for 3. The lead creeping up towards 240, 235 at the moment, as Ben Mike moves away from us again and bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives straight down the ground, and he's going to get 2 or 3, I would think 3 probably. Parkinson half stopped it, and D'Oliveira is very quick, and although Parkinson recovered and chased it and pulled it up 2 or 3 yards inside the boundary, D'Oliveira had already sensed that there was a possibility of 3, and indeed there was, and he's back for those 3, which takes him on to 23, and the total to 386 for 3. Good weather again now. Richard said that the blue sky was on its way from the southwest, and it's proved to be the case with this stiffish breeze keeping things moving here. Mike in again, bowls to Azhar, who pushes out on the offside, nicely timed, but the busy Barnes is out there on the boundary, and they only get a single. Azhar Ali keeps the strike. Here's an update for FM listeners. Yes, it's been an excellent day for Worcestershire, and they're really seizing control of this game. 159 for 2 when play began this afternoon. They've lost only 1 wicket all day. Jack Haynes, the man out for 127, 1 6 and 17 fours in his innings. His 3rd 100 in 3 consecutive games. Fantastic from the young 21-year-old. Shared a record partnership for Worcestershire against Leicestershire for any wicket with Azhar Ali. 281 they added for that 3rd wicket. Azhar Ali is still there. He made his first 100 for Worcestershire in this game, and he's gone on to make it a big one. 163 not out at the moment. Brett D'Oliveira is with him on 23, and Worcestershire with 7 overs left in the day in complete control. 387 for 3. And we're going to see a change in the bowling at the Diglis end. Bjorn Mulder has completed that spell that we talked about. His figures then, Mulder coming off 24 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 92, the only wicket taker in the innings, and he's being replaced by Ed Barnes. Barnes so far 12 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 50, and he will be bowling to Azhar Ali. And that sunshine I was talking about has just disappeared. Unlike Richard, who's reappeared.
Ed Barnes then from the Diglis end. Just the 2 slips now. Lewis Hill has retreated into the outfield. He is at extra cover, and Rahan Ahmed is out there on the deep point boundary. In goes Barnes and bowls, and is cut immediately for 4, short and wide. Azhar on 163 is not going to miss out on a delivery like that, and didn't. He moves on to 167, 391 for 3. Not a good start from Ed Barnes.
No, loosener to say the least.
Yeah. Got pretty much what it deserved. The lead then moves ever upwards. 243 now as Barnes turns. Is in and bowls. Better length, not necessarily a better direction. It was still well wide, but Azhar lifted his bat over the line of the ball. Let it go through to Swindles. 391 for 3. Just 9 more needed for the maximum bonus point return. And there are still 6.4 overs in which to get those 9 runs. Barnes is in and bowls. Azar is cutting again down towards backward point this time. He's irritated with himself to see he's steered it more or less straight to Rehan Ahmed down there. So it'll be just a single on this occasion for Azar. He moves on to 168, 392 for 3. D'Oliveira is going to just check his guard against the new bowler, with a new bowler on. And Leicestershire are going to change the field slightly. Ben Mike is walking across into the covers. Hill is going to go into the slips again, I guess, because D'Oliveira did edge a couple. We just had that one slightly streaky over against Vian Mulder. Other than that, he's been pretty much in control. Barnes is in, bowls to him. He's driving pleasantly for 4. Although Rehan Ahmed puts in a brave chase up from backward point down towards the extra cover boundary. Can't get there in time. It was over pitched from Barnes. D'Oliveira stepped out and drove it away. So 9 runs off the over already. Mulder had managed to bowl with a certain amount of control, but Barnes is doing the good work that is done by Mulder in that respect. At any rate, the pressure has come off, such as it was, if there is ever pressure at 390 odd for 3. Barnes is in and bowling. That's a better delivery, but up on his toes is D'Oliveira, guiding it wide of Hill in the gully down towards the third man boundary, wide third man boundary. Ahmed runs in and fields from deep backward point or wide third man.
Those 3 consecutive Mitchell hundreds in 2017 didn't involve Leicestershire. One here against Derbyshire, and then one 161 at Northampton, and then one down at Hove against Sussex, in a game where he and Brett D'Oliveira both got peppered by Jofra Archer.
Ah, yeah, saw the pictures in your book about that. In goes Barnes and bowls to Azar, who's driving most pleasantly. A good stop to his left, or half stop by Lewis Hill. Saves 3. Parkinson completes the fielding, running around behind him. Azar completes a single instead. He moves on to 169, keeps the strike, 398 for 3. The lead is 250 exactly.
He likes to keep the strike, doesn't he, Azar? He's done it a lot today. I noticed that when he was in partnership with Jack Haynes, it didn't seem to bother Jack Haynes. Sometimes if batsmen are, I'm not saying he does it all the time, but sometimes if batsmen are counters and they take a single off the last ball, it can irritate a partner. But clearly Azar Ali and Jack Haynes have evolved very quickly, a kind of chemistry shared at the crease, and often he's taken singles off the last ball of the over. I mean, that one, okay, it was a misfield, it could have gone for 4, but
just getting his
he's just ticked it over, hasn't he? Just changed his gloves again? Do you think?
Sort of spray or something went on his right hand. I don't know whether it's just
that,
drying
spray
spray
to
or
dry the hands that we saw yesterday.
Whether he's got a sore finger or
having
something.
a little glove punch with the captain there. Keep going, don't throw it away. You've played so well. There's a 200 on for you here. 169 not out of 285 balls, and the lead now is 250. 398 for 3. 250. A healthy position to be in. As Mike is in and bowls. Good delivery as I pushes up to mid-on. It's gone a bit gloomy, but I think you're right. There's more blue sky on the way, and Worcestershire will want to press on now. 18 overs left after this one in the day.
They really don't hurry, Leicester, which would take us 19 and sort of 18 after this would take us to pretty close to 7 o'clock, frankly.
Yeah, by which
we'll
time
get
it
a few
might be
spin.
too dark.
We'll get a few overs of spin, I'm sure.
Here's Mike again anyway, bowling to Azar. Chucks this one down to fine leg and get a single. And down there is Rehan Ahmed doing the fielding. with his usual flat throw back into the stumps, and they take one. Rayan Ahmed earlier today and a little bit yesterday, 11 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 26, comfortably the most economical of the Leicestershire bowlers, but equally the least bowled of the Leicestershire bowlers,
it'd be
apart from
interesting
Ackerman.
to see him with a slightly newer ball, just with a
Get
bit of
more
bounce.
bounce,
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think I'd think about it at any rate.
He bowled with quite impressive control. He certainly landed everything, didn't he? Only a couple of short ones. Here's Mike in to bowl to D'Oliveira. Bowls and D'Oliveira steers this out behind square on the offside. That's the 400 for Worcestershire. Maximum batting points. Applause all around the ground. And Worcestershire 400 for 3. 8 bonus points for them, and maximum points still available if they were to win the game. Chris Wright polishing the ball for Ben Mike, who's shaking his head as he walks back to his mark. 2 slips in place, 2 men out on the leg side boundary as Mike is in and bowls, and one of those men is called into action as Azhar Ali clips this one away neatly off his pads.
It's our friend Vikai Kelly again.
Yes. The wicket keeper. He's fielding a substitute for Leicestershire. 401 for 3. Azhar goes to 170.
A few coats going on out there. It's a bit chilly at the moment. The lady who's been doing needlepoint all day below us has now got her hands tucked under her cushion. She's it is chilly.
Ben Mike in, bowls to D'Oliveira, taken on the pad as he looks to turn this on the leg side. I think he must have got a bit of bat on it. There's no signal from umpire Pollard, so indeed he did, and that takes him on to 30, and the total to 402 for 3. Not quite, just feel that, well, I suppose Leicestershire just feel there's not much more they can do really, just try and keep the ball in the right place and keep persevering.
I think
Don't
I'd go
make
back
it
to
too
the
easy.
spinners fairly
Yeah, possibly.
promptly.
Here's Mike in to bowl to Azhar. Bowls, and Azhar drives on the offside, doesn't really time it. Fielded in the covers. And there's no run. End of the over, 402 for 3. D'Oliveira 30, Azhar Ali 170. If just joining us, 1 man out today. Jack Haynes for 127.
Umbrellas.
Very much Worcestershire's day.
Is it spitting? Umpires are having a word with each other. A lot of movement in the crowd at the moment.
I honestly don't think it's going to be
It's not going to
much.
last, no. Might as well keep them out there.
I think that's what they
suggest.
sensibly looked to the west and thought, it's coming from over there.
It's
It's much
just a few
brighter.
spots under this dark
Yeah.
cloud. That's all it is. Moving quickly. Barnes will continue then from the Diglis end. 18 overs potentially remaining to be bowled today. 402 for 3. So, well, Leicestershire still have 5 overs. If they could take 3 wickets in 5 overs, they'd get a second bonus point. It is, I have to acknowledge, an unlikely prospect. You never know. Barnes is in to D'Oliveira. Good delivery. That is played well by Brett D'Oliveira with a slightly angled bat just outside off stump. It's steered wide of Hill in the gully down towards deep backward point. Ahmed, who's sporting, impressively for a 17-year-old, quite a neat little pointy beard. He's, certainly couldn't have grown a neat little pointy beard age 17. Comes in and field, and D'Oliveira takes 1. He's into the 30s now, on to 31 in fact. The lead 255 as Barnes turns. Kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls. Azhar defends a slightly short of a length ball off the off stump, back down the pitch to the North Yorkshireman. None for 62 for Eddie Barnes, 13.2 overs. Well, every Leicestershire bowler has none for. with the exception of Vian Mulder, who's got a 3 for the only 3 wickets that have fallen in the innings. Only 1 today as well. Barnes is in and bowls. Azhar turns him neatly down towards long leg. It's usually Hassan Azad who's down there, and it still is. It's about 10 yards in from the ropes down there. The Leicestershire coaching staff come out to pick up all the bits and pieces that they used for warm-ups and things like that, because it is still just spitting with rain. But that is all. The umpires unmoved in terms of thinking about taking the players off the field, and I think wisely, because as we've been saying, there's a lot of light cloud and blue sky behind these dark clouds, and they're passing overhead pretty quickly. 404 for 3 as Barnes turns, leans forward, then gets into his run and bowls. D'Oliveira looks to turn him off his legs, thumps into the pads, rolls out towards V.K. Kelly, about whom I'm ashamed to say I know very little, other than the fact that he played briefly at Warwickshire, and has actually played a T20 for, or played in a T20 for the Bears. So I shall try and find out a little bit more about him. He's rubbing his hands together at mid-wicket at the moment as Barnes goes in and bowls, looking for the Orca. Dust as bat and ball and ground come together in close proximity, dug out rather by D'Oliveira, and having done so he just checks the bottom of his bat, makes sure there's no cracks. There aren't. Some goals wheel away above the river, away to our left. There's always a bit more wind underneath the dark clouds as Barnes is in and bowls down the leg side, and D'Oliveira turns his eyes to the sky with annoyance, having tried to flick it away, and we are getting a little bit of rain now. It is just coming in. It is a sort of squall. It won't be here long, but they are going off, and we will lose a few more overs. As a consequence, 404 for 3. Potentially 17 overs left to be bowled.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a long
256.
break. I really don't think it'll be a long break.
I don't think we're done for the day. Anyway.
So the lead 256, 404 for 3. Worcestershire, 1 man out today. Haynes for 127. D'Oliveira is 31. Azhar Ali is 171. And Rain has stopped play briefly here at New Road. We'll be back with you just as soon as play resumes, and we don't think it'll be too long.
We don't, yeah, not sure actually. In fact, it's almost stopped now, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But do join us again. As soon as play resumes, we'll be back with you. no batsman. We lost 5. Welcome back to New Road. Play about to resume in the evening sunshine after a brief rain break, which has cost us 5 overs, so 12 left in the day, and Worcestershire resuming on 404 for 3. Azhar Ali on 171, Brett Delvera on 31, and well, a bit of a breeze blowing, but bright sunshine now. Don't think we'll have any more problems with the weather. It looks pretty set fair over to the west where it comes from. Not many spectators left in the ground, to be fair, not surprisingly. And Callum Parkinson coming into the attack at the New Road end to bowl to Azhar Ali. Parkinson with one slip in place, and then he's got a sort of ring on the offside. Comes in now round the wicket. Leicestershire skipper bowls a bit short, and that's cut by Ali, and it's gone racing away down towards third man Diglis end. Sliding stop down there and just pulled in by Azad, I think, is the fielder, and they take 2. So Worcestershire up and running following that little rain break. You're talking about those pigeons yesterday, Richard. One of them was returned, and it's unfortunately found its way through the net that has been put there to stop it, so it might find itself a bit stuck. As Parkinson in again bowls, and Azhar drives up to long off for a single, and that takes him on to 174, and the total on to 407 for 3.
So we lost 5.
We lost 5 overs, yeah. Brett D'Oliveira remarks his guard under the guidance of Paul Pollard. I've just described that ring field that Parkinson's got. Backward point, and then 2 men sort of on the drive. Bowls to D'Oliveira, who is taken on the pad by a ball that kept very low indeed. Big appeal, but it's clearly going down the leg side looking at the replay. Those 2 men on the drive, one at extra cover, one at sort of short mid-off, and then a long off, and a deep a sweeper on the deep cover boundary. Parkinson in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, kept low, didn't it, that one? Just died really as it bounced. Ball's only, what is it, 83 they took it, didn't they? So 24 overs old, this ball.
Oh, it got off the ground, did it?
Yeah. Here's Parkinson in, bowls, and that one is again a little bit short, and D'Oliveira this time works it away on the onside for a single, and the score goes on to 408 for 3. D'Oliveira to 32. Bit of drizzle in that little squall, but hardly any residue on the outfield as Parkinson bowls again, and Azhar pushes out on the onside, fielded at mid-wicket by Rishi Patel, and there's no run. End of the over. 408 for 3 then. Worcestershire's lead now 260, and they'll, with 11 overs left in the day, be hoping to extend that, won't they, up to something close to 300, I would have thought. 280, 285. Rian Ahmed coming on at the Diglis end, so it's a double spin change, as it were, from Parkinson, as you predicted, Richard, during that little rain break. I'd get the spinners on, I think you said, didn't you? Just whiz through a few overs.
Well, it makes
not
sense
finished
just to
too
give him
late.
an opportunity with a ball that's still got just a little bit of something there for him. Maybe the seam still a little bit prominent as he goes in and bowls. It does bounce a little bit more. It's a little bit short, and on the back foot D'Oliveira can just go back and turn it out towards deep mid-wicket, but there was certainly a little bit more there in terms of bounce for Rian Ahmed. Got a slip as he goes in and bowls to Azhar, drops it short again. He tries to pull it around and rather toe ends it out along the ground towards mid-on. didn't come onto him quite as quickly as he thought it was going to. Ahmed is in, bowls to him outside off stump. It isn't the googly, so a safe leave from Azar. I'm sure is I'm sure who probably is able to read the young leg spinner, who is in and bowls, and he's cutting again from outside off stump, but only as far as Vian Mulder at backward point. No run. We will, if Ahmed is bowling at one end, get through the overs rather more quickly than we might otherwise have done. In he goes, bowls, back and cutting, dangerous game, missing, stayed a little bit low perhaps, didn't miss off stump by so very much, but didn't come back in too much either. Again, it wasn't the googly from Ahmed, who is in and bowling, and forward, respectfully this time, goes Azar, playing the ball back up the pitch to Rehan Ahmed, who, having fielded the ball and thrown it to his captain, takes his cap from umpire Warren and marches off. Another perfectly respectable over from the young man, who has bowled 12 overs now, none for 27. And that unfortunate pigeon is sort of walking across the net. In fact, there's two of them. They've found a way in.
Yeah, I think they'll find it more difficult to find a way out. That's my worry.
Yeah, indeed, yes.
I think might have to do something about that.
With an air rifle?
No, I think maybe just have to try and inform somebody in the ground, to
Yes.
one of the stewards, to try and let them out, I think. Here's Parkinson anyway, round the wicket, bowling to D'Oliveira, and he's forward, pushing back up the pitch. If people wonder what we're talking about, there's some pigeons that often nest outside our commentary box here, and the authorities at the ground have put a net up this year to stop them from getting up there, because they do make a bit of a mess. Parkinson in, bowls, and D'Oliveira drives up to extra cover, no run, and a couple appear to have found their way inside the net. They're drawn back to their old roosting and nesting sites, I suppose, and they now can't get out. So it's a bit of they're getting a bit frustrated. Here's Parkinson round the wicket, bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives up to Mike, who's in that position at silly mid-off. And there's no run. 409 for 3. Bright sunshine now. Lovely evening. As Parkinson is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward again. Studiously forward. Waits, lets the ball come right onto the bat and just turns it on the onside. No close fielders in there, so no chance of a little bat pad catch or anything like that. It's a very different scenario as Parkinson bowls, and this one again is turned away on the onside. Just about defence and damage limitation at the moment for Callum Parkinson, as Worcestershire build this lead. 261 now. He's in and bowls, and D'Oliveira drives on the onside past the diving fielder at short mid wicket. There's no run. It's the end of a tidy over from Parkinson. 20 overs now he's bowled, and one maiden, that was it. No wicket for 61. 409 for 3.
10 to go in glorious sunshine at New Road now. That little squall has blown away, and it is nearly wall-to-wall blue sky above us. Ahmed. It looks like Ahmed and Parkinson are going to bowl through the rest of the evening now. Get these overs out of the way. In he goes and bowls, and driving is Azar out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, who is Rishi Patel. Gathering of children in front of the hospitality marquee now.
There's a man on the way to save the pigeons. And you can hear them now. You can hear them on our effects mic, can't you, outside? That's a bit of interest.
All sounds a bit more like Worcester now. In goes Ahmed, and clipped, or attempted to be clipped off his toes by Brett D'Oliveira. Doesn't really time it.
Some people would say the sound of Worcester is the cathedral bells or Elgar's music, but you would say it's cooing
just at
pigeons.
The cricket ground, just at the cricket ground by the effects mic. In goes Ahmed and bowls a full toss that is driven away for 4. To the delight of the children in front of the hospitality marquee, the ball bounces over the rope and takes a leap over the advertising hoardings, and one of them is, yes, I touched it, I got it, and he throws it back to Rishi Patel. D'Oliveira picks up 4, moves on to 37. Do you think it from a club or a school?
Yeah, it looks like they've all got the same tops on, doesn't it?
Yeah. Ahmed is in, bowls, pulled short and not timed again really by Brett D'Oliveira. Out it goes though nonetheless through the vacant mid-wicket area down towards Ed Barnes. He's around 10 yards inside, maybe 15 yards inside the ropes at deep mid-wicket. Still a good 70 or so yards from the bat, and he's being sent squarer by Swindles. As round the wicket goes Ahmed and bowls to Azhar. Turns his wrists on that one. Off middle and leg it goes out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Ben Mike. Did you read the googly?
Thought I did, but then when I watched the replay, I'm not sure.
Yeah. I can't pick him from here, I must admit. In he goes and bowls, and this is short and pulled out too deep mid-wicket, 4-4, the worst over probably that Rehan Ahmed has bowled. A full toss that was driven away for 4, and a couple of long hops, one of which was pulled away for Worcestershire. Charge on. What are the umpires going to have a word about, because we are in glorious sunshine now? Not sure. Maybe they are talking about where they're going to have their tea tonight.
Yeah.
Tea? That's a very Yorkshire thing, isn't it? Supper? Us tea. Where are we going to have us tea?
Are we going to have us tea at Curry House? Yeah. I bet. I don't know.
We didn't.
I bet they. The umpires they have a few meetings and they recommend places in different venues, don't they?
I'm sure.
Yeah.
419 for 3, Worcestershire.
Callum Parkinson to continue from the new road end. He's going to be bowling round the wicket. He comes in now and bowls, and this is turned away on the leg side by D'Oliveira. Takes him on to 39 and a total of 420 for 3.
Leicestershire, just the one bonus point. 110 overs have been bowled.
I suppose Parkinson again is in, bowls, and Azhar comes down the pitch and hits him for 6 over long on and almost through the window of our commentary box. You probably heard it clatter against the glass of the scoreboard next door. Dave Bradley waving a white flag out of the window in the score box. First time that we've seen Azhar open his shoulders at all, really, and it's meant a change in the field. Chris Wright's come back to long on. Didn't really expect that at all. He hasn't suggested he's going to do that at all. He's gone to 185. Maybe he fancies getting to 200 before the end of the day. Parkinson, with something to think about then, goes round the wicket and bowls, and Azhar is on the back foot, gets a single pushing out into the offside. I was going to say that when you look at that points tally on the scoreboard, 8-1, that's probably about right, isn't it, in terms of the way that the game. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but I sometimes think sometimes you look at it and one team's got 6 and the other's got 4, and you think, gosh, there's more in it than that. As Parkinson bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives back to the bowler. And it doesn't appear to reflect how the game's gone, but on this occasion I think it probably does. 427 for 3 now, as Parkinson comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira. Full toss, whipped away on the leg side. Loose delivery, 4 runs. Short boundary on that side. Bad delivery from Parkinson. Expensive over from him. Wow. Bowled a maiden in his last over, and what's he gone for? 12 so far in this one.
Well, and Rehan Ahmed went for 10, didn't he, in his previous over, or maybe 11.
Yeah, they're pushing. Didn't really expect it in this last few overs, but it's just happened. Parkinson is in, bowls. This one's a bit short, and D'Oliveira on the back foot pushes out on the offside. Doesn't get a run, as it's fielded by Hill. 431 for 3 at the end of that over from Parkinson. 21 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 73. His figures.
283 now. So it's going to be well over 300. I'm just trying to work out how that ball managed to hit our window, but it must have, because it seemed very high, it must have bounced off.
Yeah,
the brick
wonder
wall
if it
below us,
landed
or
on the
something
wall,
like that. Yeah, and then it certainly was. It couldn't have been on the full because the angle is too.
It really surprised
steep.
me to see him play that. It just
Hit
didn't
it very
appear to
cleanly,
be in that
didn't he?
mood, did he? And then just said, "I've had enough of this."
Yeah, if you're going to lob it up, this is going the distance. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Back goes Azar and chops it away into the offside. It was, by his standards, a slightly laboured shot in a way. Almost, whisper it, agricultural. He hit it in the right place, but the sort of follow through sort of almost dragged him off his feet. And by his standards, it was slightly inelegant. In goes Ahmed and bowls to Brett D'Oliveira, who just goes back and turns it wristily out towards mid-wicket. Minimal foot movement, relatively speaking, just stepped back and used his wrist, but turned it straight to Ben Mike. Ahmed is in. D'Oliveira is cutting, and he's cutting probably for 4 as well. He waited for that one, it was wide, and he made sure he steered it just wide of Vian Mulder. No chance for Patel running around from the deep point boundary. 4 more, and the runs coming at a concerning pace for Leicestershire. Well, the game as a whole has been concerning, particularly so now. Rehan Ahmed is in. D'Oliveira is forward to a line and length delivery, blocking it out into the offside. But even then, as I was kind of interested in a quick single, it does feel now almost a deliberate charge. Maybe he wants to declare overnight. Ahmed is in, bounces a little bit, just turned calmly out to square leg by D'Oliveira, then rehearses a little sweep. Paddle sweep. There is a gap behind Hassan Azad at square leg, although there are no fielders in his vicinity. In goes Ahmed and bowls. That's a good delivery, that is. He leans forward to and just blocks it down into the ground. End of the over. 6 now remain. 4-3, 6-4-3. The lead 288.
Yeah, 288, substantial lead. Anything over 300, I think, would be... Well, it's just psychological, isn't it? You start your second innings 300 behind. It's
well,
just
especially when the other side have got another innings to come,
Yeah.
so if they need it.
Just
But if you get past
yeah.
it, they're going to batter, probably
Yeah.
knock them off.
Yeah.
You're going to need 400 to have the whisper of a chance. 450,
Parkinson.
really.
Round the wicket, bowls to Azhar Ali, who drives up to long on for a single. Chris Wright does the fielding, goes to 188. I would imagine he'll fancy
Century
that.
partnership, by
He'll
the way.
fancy that 200 by the end of the day, won't he? Yes, century partnership already. Goodness me, it kind of happened almost without us noticing, hasn't it? Parkinson to D'Oliveira, bowls full. D'Oliveira drives up to long off. It's just easy at the moment, isn't it? A runner ball almost. 438 for 3. 290 the lead. Parkinson in again, Azhar down the wicket, driving to short extra. Silly bit off, doesn't get a run this time. Just wondering, he's using his feet again there, just wondering if he fancies another big one or not. But he's got 2 men back now, long on and long off. Could just get inside it, heave it round a little bit more towards mid-wicket where there's a big gap, I suppose. As Parkinson is in, bowls, and he doesn't. He plays very correctly, very straight, drives up to extra cover. Tremendous application from Azhar Ali today. 308 deliveries he's faced in this innings. Waits now as Parkinson bowls again to him. Short this one, turned a bit as well, and he just waited for it, went on the back foot and chopped it away for a single as Ed Barnes comes in to do the fielding.
That won't displease Baker. A little bit of turn,
Yeah.
maybe just starting to. It'd be. I was going to say it would be a shame if, in a way, if he went to his 200 before an empty new road. But
Yeah.
we've got a party of children who'll be delighted.
Parkinson bowls, D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside, no run. End of the over from Parkinson, 5 left in the day. Azhar 189, D'Oliveira 48, 439 for 3, the lead is 291. And the one man out today remains Jack Haynes, who made 127.
That century partnership, by the way, came up in 134 balls in just 94 minutes. Both batsmen scoring 47 in there. 8 extras. Rehan Ahmed to continue. I'm sure that he'll probably bowl out now today. 5 overs remain as he goes in from the Diglis end, bowls to Azhar, who goes back, just works it into the gap in the offside. Rishi Patel comes in and fields. Single taken. Azhar onto 190. Has a word with his captain there. Rehan Ahmed. Parkinson. Not sure what words of advice he can offer the young man, who is in and bowling. Slightly short, back of a length. And back again goes D'Oliveira on this occasion, and calmly cuts him away through the offside gap. Out again to Patel. I'd be surprised if that happens with every delivery of this over, unless Ahmed can produce a brilliant googly. In he goes, bowls to Azhar. That might have been the googly actually. He went back and just had to adjust and still managed to steer it out, but only as far as Vian Mulder at backward point. Ahmed in, bowls, slog sweep, oh, misses it, and it bounces under his bat. Swindles takes off the bails, but his back foot was firmly anchored in the crease, so his toes were in there as he went for the big slog sweep. A little bit of hope for Rehan Ahmed, looking for his first class wicket, a maiden first class wicket. And again he has a word with Callum Parkinson. Excuse me. In he goes and bowls, sort of a length, and back goes Azhar. Steers it out towards Patel, who comes in from the offside boundary. The one is taken again. Single delivery left in the over for Rehan Ahmed. And it'll be updates time, or for me anyway. D'Oliveira on 49 as Ahmed goes in, bowls to him, and he blocks it back down the pitch to the young leg spinning all-rounder. End of the over, 442 for 3. D'Oliveira 49, Azhar 191.
Yep, really impressive effort from Azhar Ali. Been saying it all day, but the most striking characteristic of this innings for me has been the equanimity of it, if that's the right way to express it. Just calm, measured, hasn't chanced his arm, hasn't got carried away, hasn't allowed adrenaline to make him take any unnecessary risks down the pitch. Works this one up to long on for a single. Chris Wright the field, 192 now to Azhar Ali, 443 for 3 Worcestershire. He's just kept going, he's just kept batting. Parkinson in, bowls to D'Oliveira, who goes back and pushes out on the offside. Fielder is Mike at silly mid-off, short mid-off. No run. So one man out all day, Jack Haynes for 127. Other than that, Worcestershire have just kept building this lead. Parkinson in, bowls, and D'Oliveira steers this one out square on the offside. And goes to his 50 off 86 balls with 7 fours. And a measured and very impressive innings it has been from the Worcestershire captain, who continues to enjoy the responsibility that's come with that role. This next one from Parkinson maybe just turns a little bit and is edged by Azhar Ali down into the ground, bounces up in front of first slip, and there's no run. Parkinson again round the wicket, bowls, Azhar drives up to silly mid-off again, and There's no run. One ball left in this over from Callum Parkinson. No wicket for 78 so far, his figures, and there'll be 3 left in the day after this one. He's in and he bowls, and Azhar pushes out on the offside and takes a single, which will take him to 193. So 7 runs needed in the final 3 overs for the Pakistani international if he's to register a double 100. Be a nice way to finish the day for him, having been there all day. Play resuming, remember, after an early lunch had been taken, after there was no play in the morning session. Play resuming at 1:10. Worcestershire 159 for 2 overnight, and they've added, well, best part of 300 runs really in the rest of the day since then, for the loss of just 1 wicket in pretty much one-way traffic. Rayan Ahmed to continue from the Diglis end, bowling to Ali, bowls short, and Ali pushes out on the offside for a single. Takes him to 194, and the total to 446 for 3. The lead 298 there. And Ahmed in the sunshine bowls to D'Oliveira, who repeats the shot of the previous delivery, pushing this one out into the offside for a single for himself. Goes on to 51, and it's 447 for 3. The men out yesterday in this Worcestershire innings, remember, Libby 17 and Pollock 32. Ahmed bowls to Ali, who goes back to a quicker delivery and pushes it back to the bowler. No run. 194 to Ali. Ahmed bowls to him, and he's solidly forward. Pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, and he does his own fielding. He's in again. Rayan Ahmed bowls, and Azhar Ali is back cutting, but straight to the fielder at backward point, Chris Wright. And there's no run. 447 for 3. 299 the lead. Last ball of the over from Ahmed. Ali drives up to mid-on, takes a single, keeps the strike. He'll be on 195 with 2 overs left in the day, and it's 448 for 3. Rayan Ahmed now 16 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 48. Callum Parkinson 23 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 79. And during the course of this last 2 overs, I'll just recap what's happened today, which is basically not a lot in terms of wickets or toing and froing as far as batsmen are concerned, but plenty of run scoring. Jack Haynes and Azhar Ali sharing a partnership for the 3rd wicket of 281, the highest for Worcestershire for any wicket ever against Leicestershire. Parkinson bowls, Ali pushes out on the offside. Haynes the only man out today, LBW to Vion Mulder, who nipped one back, took him on the back pad. He hit a 6 and 17 fours in his 230 ball 127. Parkinson bowls to Ali, who is beaten by one that turned, and Swindles takes the ball, takes off the bails, and they appeal for a catch and a stumping, neither of which is a viable possibility, but just signs that the ball's beginning to move sideways for the spinners here in this last couple of overs, and signs perhaps of a little of tiredness for Azhar Ali. Parkinson is in, bowls to him again, and Ali turns him on the leg side. He'll take 1, he won't come back for 2 as it's fielded by Rayan Ahmed. He goes to 196 then, Ali, and it's 449 for 3. 1 over left after this. So going back to that partnership, 281 for the 3rd wicket. Haynes out for 127, highest partnership for any wicket ever between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. Parkinson in, bowls to D'Oliveira, pushes out on the offside, no run. And since then, that was 334 for 3. Since then, either side of a very brief rain break which cost us 5 overs. We've seen Brett D'Oliveira and Azhar Ali add 115 so far for this 4th wicket. D'Oliveira forward to this one, pushes out on the offside, takes a single. Ali has to hurry. Long way for a man who's been batting for the whole day, that, let alone one in his late 30s, but Azhar got there fairly laboured as he went through to complete that single. D'Oliveira goes to 52. 1 ball left in the over. I would suggest that if Azhar is going to get his 200 tonight, he needs to score a single off this ball and keep the strike. Last ball of the over, Parkinson in to Azhar, bowls to him, and he drives, and he does keep the strike because that's evaded both the fielders who were in one saving positions in front of the wicket on the offside. One dived one way, one dived the other. It went between the two, and they got through for a single. So Azhar keeps the strike, 197 now to him. 1 over left in the day, 451 for 3 the total. The Worcestershire lead is 303, and Azhar Ali will be hoping, I would imagine, that he can get the 3 he needs to get to 200 tonight, although I doubt that he'll be taking any unnecessary risks, judging by the way that he's played throughout this very measured, very controlled, very professional innings. Ahmed in, bowls to him, and short, and he drives at it off the back foot. Thickish outside edge, runs to Chris Wright at backward point. So 5 balls left in the day, 3 runs needed, but as I say, I'm very doubtful that he'll do anything silly. Here's Ahmed again into him, and he drives on the offside. Lovely shot, that's going to be it. Beautiful shot from Azhar Ali through the covers for 4. Absolutely brilliant. 201 not out. Azhar Ali, helmet off and bat raised to the dressing room. Applause all round the ground. Brett D'Oliveira absolutely delighted for him, gives him a hug. Absolutely superb performance from Azhar Ali. 1-6, 18 fours, and just giving you the number of balls, 328 balls. Absolutely masterful innings from Azhar Ali. His first 100 for Worcestershire, and it becomes a double. Just brilliant. And to show what a complete pro he is, he remarks his guard, he checked his guard with the umpire with 4 balls left in the day. It's a lovely way to bring it up as well, threaded that through extra cover. Great shot. Here's Rian Ahmed, bowls to him, and he's forward, pushing this one up to mid-on, and he takes a single.
It was touching to see how delighted he was.
Yeah. It really meant a lot to him, didn't it? Yeah, absolutely brilliant performance.
Really did celebrate that.
Let's put it into context. Leicestershire's attack hasn't been brilliant. Rayan Ahmed in, bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward, pushed out on the offside, no run, but
and a flat pitch.
And a flat pitch, but a totally professional performance. Brilliant innings in many, many ways. 456 for 3. Ahmed to D'Oliveira, pushes back up the pitch. I've done the story of the day, Richard, while you were doing your piece next door. So after this ball, just a brief final comment, and we can say goodbye to our listeners. Ahmed bowls, and D'Oliveira works out on the onside. End of the over. End of the day's play here at New Road. Worcestershire 456 for 3, leading by 308, and Azhar Ali is on 202 not out off 329 balls. Brett D'Oliveira is on 52.
And I think we can fairly say that it was Worcestershire's day on that basis, just the 1 wicket having fallen in a lead of 308. The question for D'Oliveira is how long will he want to go, if at all, tomorrow morning before getting Leicestershire in and trying to bowl them out for a second time. Leicestershire will need, in all seriousness, at least 420, 430 to have a chance of putting Worcestershire under any sort of pressure, and that is an unlikely outcome, but they should bat better second time. But what a 2 days it's been for the pairs.
Yeah, brilliant 2 days for the pairs, and as you said, Richard, fairly disappointing for Azhar Ali. The only thing is that there aren't many spectators left here in the ground to see that. But a brilliant 202 not out from him, 456 for 3. Worcestershire lead by 308, and also a third consecutive game in which Jack Haynes has reached 3 figures too. So a marvellous day for the pairs, and I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of it. Thank you for being with us, and we'll be back here tomorrow at New Road, hopefully with a prompt start at 11 o'clock, and be delighted if you could join us then.